be the single biggest clash of gunline battle fleets the world had ever seen. It would remain one of the largest fleet actions the world would ever see, eclipsed only by a scarce few fought later in World War II. It is, of course, the Battle of Jutland. World War I
Jutland.
is dominated in the popular
Jutland.
mindset by the endless slaughter of the trenches
English
on the
people.
Western Front. But there were many, many other theatres to the conflict. There were numerous engagements between various colonies of the involved powers that on their own would qualify as full-out wars if it were not for the fact that they were fought in the context of a much larger conflict that happened to be taking place at the same time. There was, of course, the somewhat more mobile war in the east between the Central Powers and Russia.
We don't pronounce the tea, we drink it.
Conflicts on the Italian border and the utterly unsurprising swirl of conflicting interests and changing sides that was the Balkans. There were, of course, numerous battles with the Ottoman Empire as well, including Gallipoli and the Levant campaigns. The desperate struggle between merchants and submarines in the Atlantic.
It's true though, right? Like, nothing that I said is wrong.
Across the span of the war.
I am factually, objectively correct.
The naval conflict was no less vital than the struggle in the trenches. Whilst Germany's war industry was formidable, both it and the German economy as a whole relied on the global trade network for key resources that were not easily replaced. Everything from certain types of food to component materials for explosives and rare metals. With access to these supplies, Germany would be considerably stronger. Without them, if a decision could not be achieved on land, Germany was on a countdown to economic and literal starvation.
I would never in my life ever get in a submarine, dude. A ship's already like,
close blockade strategy that had served it for
I could get on a ship on the deck, but there ain't no way I'm going down into that hellhole. Because if the ship chooses that moment to sink, that is like one of the worst deaths I can imagine, dude. Like, ain't no fucking way I'm putting myself in that position to even remotely have that possibility happen. No fucking way. Yeah, see, but I like space, so I don't know about space. I know that's weird. I know that's weird, but space is fucking awesome, you know? And the ocean is just terrifying. That's true.
Torpedoes to starboard. Torpedoes dead ahead.
Come on, come on. Oh shit. That one hit.
Problem solved, sir. Smoke generator started. Engine boost activated. Enemy destroyer sunk.
They're AI. I'm doing a co-op. Go Torp, move, go, 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 go. It's a nice quick loop, so I'm actually like grinding quite a bit of experience fairly fast.
And harder. As a counter to this stood the High Seas Fleet.
Yeah, the thing with space is, I would love to explore space, but we're speaking theoretically, right? I would not go in space now, right? But if we had ships for space, like we would have for the ocean and a submarine, I'd probably go. Because, I don't know, while yes, theoretically it's the same thing, I am far more scared of the ocean than I am of space. You know what I mean?
General quarters.
on the ocean as well, though, right? Like, you're not gonna swim across the ocean, brother. Like, you need technology, and you need to rely on that technology. Like, again, that's what I mean. Like, I know it's the same principle. It's just like the two different biomes really do matter to me. Because in space, you're not gonna have some monster just swim past you all of a sudden. Well, as far as we know, right? But in the ocean, that's where the monsters live, literally.
It's the second most powerful navy on the planet, having eclipsed the traditional number 2 and number 3 navies for the past century.
But it's mostly,
Russia,
and this is again really,
on paper, the high seas fleet.
this is again really weird considering, right? But
Enemy force detected.
how do I put this? So think about the those what's the fucking, what's it called? The Ocean Gate. Think about that stuff, right? Like, what happened in the end is so much better than what we thought happened when they were missing, you know? Like, imagine they were actually like on the bottom of the fucking ocean just waiting and hoping for help. Whereas because it imploded immediately, they basically died in like, you know, 0.001 seconds. Oh.
Torpedoes to port.
I probably should have like played a little bit more instead of just yapped. I got a ship though. I got to destroy. We're good. That's 400, 500 XP. Shit, what was I saying? Yeah. So I'm terrified of drowning, but I'm not really terrified of choking. Actually, I guess that's not true because I have the swallow problem because I was choking, but you know what I mean? Like, I would much rather die in a vacuum than die underwater. Well, neither are preferable, I suppose. You know? Don't get me wrong, right? But you know what I mean. Oh, dude, you're dead in a minute. You are simultaneously boiling and freezing at the same time. You're dead within... You lose consciousness within seconds. Yeah. Yeah, you're literally boiling and freezing at the same time. That's gotta be fucked up.
Thank you.
But I'd rather be exploring space than the ocean. Hands down, dude. Like, hands down.
Provide anti-aircraft fire support.
The battle line outnumbered both of these fleets combined. Still, by 1916, even this potent force of 16 modern dreadnought battleships and 5 battlecruisers stood in the shadow of the Royal Navy's Grand Fleet. 28 dreadnought battleships and 10 battlecruisers when at full strength. So, a direct challenge?
That's far more likely, right?
However,
Yeah.
British naval strategy
Like
had
AI.
weaknesses. For centuries, it had
It's far, yeah, it's far more likely. It's also safer. Well,
European enemies and also able
depending on what
so
becomes of the
much
AI.
against incursion. But the rapidly advancing technologies of the early 20th century had forced a sudden change.
I love how ugly these ships still look, man. Like they're like the pre-World War II era vessels. They look so fucking butt ugly, man. They still look more like ironclads than battleships.
The potential threats of submarines, mines,
Oh, great.
and rapid incursion from enemy fleets. Work had begun on converting a huge natural anchorage in Scapa Flow, much further north, into a secure base.
Torpedoes
But
dead
at the
ahead.
start of the war, this work was not complete, and for a while the fleet had actually withdrawn as far
Torpedoes,
as
direct
Ireland
front.
to remain safe.
Problem solved, sir.
And even here, the super dreadnought HMS Audacious had fallen victim to a recently laid German mine and poor damage control. The Grand Fleet had eventually moved into Scapa Flow, but the old reliance on the Navy as the shield of the United Kingdom meant that coastal defences were generally hopelessly obsolete, and in many cases
Torpedoes,
pretty
direct
much
front.
non-existent. This gave the High Seas Fleet an opportunity. Using the fast
Bro,
ships of the first
I really don't
Scouting
understand how
Group,
this
they could
fucking...
push out and reach the poorly
I suck
defended
with these
English
fucking
coast
depth charges,
far
dude.
faster than any sortie from scupper flow. They could then
I set it on
bombard
fire.
towns with near impunity.
Yeah, destroyed it. We got it. We got it. We got it.
Cruisers and light destroyers stood little chance, if unsupported, against
Well, it is the Battle of
cruisers
Jutland,
and battle
Jutland,
cruisers
so...
of First Scouting Group.
Jamie, what's up?
The only British formation fast enough and powerful enough to challenge them was the battle cruiser fleet. So the idea was to provoke this powerful formation into coming south alone, whereupon the first scouting group would fall back onto the High Seas Fleet, which would be waiting further offshore. The combined German forces would then annihilate the battle cruiser fleet, along with any single squadron of battleships that might have been sent to support it, leaving the British fleet without an effective fleet screen and reducing the capital ship odds from around 1.8 to 1
Right?
to a more manageable 1.3 or 1.4 to 1.
Yeah, they literally have to go into shipwrecks to find steel that's not radiated.
Their own ship superiority over the
It's
first
not...
scouting group by
I
supplementing
think
the battle cruiser fleet with a
the
sort of
nuclear
battleship.
tests have much less to do with it than fucking Chernobyl,
However,
let's
could
be
still
honest.
overpower this formation, and the odds would be further reduced.
Oh, ooh, tooth pain is
to
always
about
fun.
1.15 to 1 if an entire battle squadron was destroyed, which was almost even. And at
Time
those
to go
odds,
to,
the Germans were fairly confident
dentist.
they could overcome the Grand Fleet, especially as the other part of the plan involved the use of U-boats to damage or destroy ships in any substantial British sortie before they reached the High Seas Fleet, which might even buy the Germans numerical superiority for a given engagement, assuming they'd managed to take care of the battle cruiser fleet and a supporting battle squadron first. To a degree, this strategy actually worked. The raids forced the deployment of the battle cruiser fleet further south to the more confined anchorages in the Firth of Forth, and at one point the battle cruiser fleet did attempt to intercept the first scouting group with a single battle squadron under Vice Admiral Warrender nearby. This was the perfect scenario for the Germans, as the entire High Seas Fleet was lying in wait. But matters conspired to turn this engagement into a huge missed opportunity, and the British
Like,
ships
I got bad
delivered
teeth, right? But I don't fuck
today.
with Band-Aid.
But this strategy was to have
I just smoke too
two
much.
effects which would go on to have huge impacts in the eventual major clash of the fleet.
The new line for battle? I don't know what you mean.
Combined anchorage, which the battle cruiser fleet now found itself in, long-range gunnery practice was not anywhere near as easy as it was in Scapa Flow. As a result, emphasis was instead focused on...
Damn it, I
rate
almost
of
had 3
fire.
ships. That's a fucking mission I need.
Being able to fired enough shells
I
quickly
need 3
enough
destroyers as
to
well.
find the
I need more
eventual
incaps. I haven't got an
range
incap in
fire
like
following
forever.
which a rapid cannonade would hopefully see the enemy destroyed. To
It's
this
usually
end, more
it's
ammunition
let's
was
be honest,
needed
it's because
than the shell hoists
I
could
torpedo
supply
more than
on
I
a
actually
given
shoot at
minute,
people.
and soon flash protection doors in the system were being removed or left open to speed the passage of shells and charges, and still more explosives were
Oh,
being
there's a
piled in the
bunch
turrets
of...
and handling chambers
Almost
directly
every
below
single
in
nation
order
has
to
that.
give
Well,
the
every main
ready
nation
stock
has one of those now. There's like an
rapid
extra
fire.
line that's like...
Set of decisions
It's still a
would end up
battleship or
having
it's still like a
fatal
cruiser, but they have
consequences
different...
further down the line. On the other hand, during one of the raids, the battle
what do you call
cruiser
it?
Seydlitz had taken a hit to one of its aft turrets, setting off a chain reaction that saw a towering
Statistics,
column
I
of
guess.
roaring fire
That's not what I'm
turn the
not
turret
meaning
into
that, but
an
like
inferno
they have like
very near
3 main thing.
the
Oh, this
ship
is
and
X, Y, and Z,
magazine
and the
explosion.
other line is
Only the
A, B,
quick
and C
and
instead of X, Y, and Z,
fast
basically.
actions of the crew
So if
saved
the one
ship
line has better guns, maybe the other line has like, oh, the accuracy is not all good, not all that good.
Disseminated into the rest of the High Seas Fleet. Factored into these ongoing efforts was that, as 1916 started, the current commander of the High Seas Fleet...
I don't view this game as like very competitive either. I just have fun with it.
...replaced by Admiral Reinhard Scheer. Whilst
It's-
von Pohl had been cautious...
Let's be honest, okay? If I would view this game as competitive, I would be so much more mad about the Soviet fucking
with the High Seas Fleet never straying more
bias
than
in this
120
game and in War
miles
Thunder,
from Safe
right.
Harbor during his tenure. Scheer was firmly of the opinion that his ships and men were better built and better led than the Grand Fleet, and that the High Seas Fleet should seek to take on the British as soon as possible, of course in favourable circumstances. He summarised his strategy as follows.
Dude, that's because
Our objective must be to damage the English fleet.
it's because that the fact that how do I put this without sounding like a fucking Russians do not live on the same planet we do, okay? They do not get the same history we do, okay? Russia is extremely nationalistic. And they're living in Fantasyland. They're essentially North Korea, but not closed off. That's not, again, that's not entirely accurate either, because they are definitely closed off in terms of, like, the minds, okay? But you know what I mean, right? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, there it is, guys. It's coming. And then when it goes to a dock, the dock sinks and the carrier takes damage. But yeah, the Russians live in an alternate history. They think like their country did great things, even though it's been a dictatorship for the last, you know, forever.
Ship is on fire. Spotted an enemy submarine. Problem solved, sir.
That's gonna miss.
Enemy destroyer blown up.
No, not just the Soviets, right? The fucking SARS before that, same diff, dude. Like, these people have always been propagandized to the extreme.
Wreck front. Critical engine damage.
We've destroyed an enemy cruiser.
Got him. Good battle for me, dude. Yeah. Bro, the T-34 is like one of the best tanks in War Thunder. Bro, you had to fucking put that shit in gear with a fucking hammer. It was that badly made. Like, fuck off.
By offensive raids against the naval forces.
Shit was falling apart when it was new. Like, go away.
On the British
Russian bias nonsense.
whenever possible.
Or like the airplanes. The Germans had like a 14-to-1 casualty rate. They killed 14 fucking planes to every like one that they lost. And somehow the Russian planes are great in War Thunder. Like, no, dude. Like, there's great if it's 14-to-1. Actually, you want 28-to-1 because otherwise. But any other scenario, the Russian planes were garbage. The Russian Navy was garbage. The Russian infantry was garbage.
This limited their
Like,
effectiveness, and so Scheer directed that
you literally, the Russians are literally the empire of mankind from Warhammer 40k. Just throw bodies at them, right? The Astra Militarum. They ain't got, their gear is garbage, but there's a lot of them. That's literally all that Russia has ever been.
From the anti-merchant campaign, and instead redeployed.
There's just a ton of them.
Navy.
Yeah.
Additionally, the scouting capabilities granted by the German Zeppelin air fleet would be utilized.
And let's be honest, that's how the West won too, right? For every one Tiger, there were like 10 Shermans. Strength in numbers.
This would result in the
Sure, it was much cheaper and they were more garbage, but if you've got enough of them, does it really matter?
With the previous efforts to reduce the Royal Navy piecemeal having failed, it was hoped that this new combination of Zeppelins, increased numbers of U-boats, and a more aggressive use of the High Seas Fleet would allow victory in a single combined operation.
Yeah.
Which was then scheduled for the middle of May 1916.
It should also just stop running every 5 seconds.
10 U-boats
because it's notoriously unreliable.
2 to target the Grand Fleet and 8 to torpedo the battle cruiser fleet as it emerged, whilst another 10 were dispatched.
Oh, we're
on
too close, aren't we?
Scouting, mine laying, and flank guarding missions.
Lucky fucker. Oh no, I still got 1 hit. And then the wrist also detonated. How does that work?
Had to be moved to the end of the month, but this started to cause other issues. The U-boats had a limited amount of endurance, and that was starting to run out with a 2-week delay. The weather was also changing, with dense spring fogs rolling in, which affected both the submarine's ability to see through their periscopes, as well as the ability of
I got an
submarines to
incapacitation.
operate safely and/or see anything of any benefit. The sea had also abandoned any pretense of normal behaviour, alternating between a flat calm, in which the ripple of a periscope was easy to spot and was virtually unheard of in the North Sea, and a more typical raging series of storms that at times threatened to physically hurl the U-boats from the depths. As a result, the activity of the various U-boats began to be noticed, patrols were stepped up, and submarines began to be chased off or damaged in operational incidents. Whilst the U-boats
Yeah, they weren't even all that good, right? But they were better than what the Americans had, no doubt. But they've been romanticized like crazy, dude. They had their faults.
Instead of raiding the British coast again, the High Seas Fleet would instead head into the area of the North
Everything
Sea,
looked like a tiger to them.
or Skagerrak, as the Germans and other locals.
Let's just go to ooh.
Here they could lay about.
Do I say sorry?
Ships and their escorts, and their position.
Can I not say sorry?
More notice of British movements, and due to being closer to home, their own light screening forces, such as destroyers and torpedo boats, would be more able to conduct recon ahead of the fleet than if they were operating towards the extremity of their range. Thus, on the 30th of May 1916, the signal was sent to begin the revised operation the next day, the 31st. Signals were sent out to whatever U-boats were still active to be ready, although they weren't to know it, only 2 of these vessels would actually receive the signal.
Destroy 3? Yes, I finally did it. Oh my god.
With the plan, the British, specifically Room 40, who ever since the early recovery of pretty much every German naval codebook that was relevant, had been happily decoding German naval radio transmissions.
What?
And was therefore able to inform.
Is that fucking penguins?
The fleet operation was about to commence.
What the fuck?
Whilst the exact details.
I do, yeah. Yeah, I got them. I do have my own stream open though, like I have to watch my own stream.
Any chances, and determined to take the Grand Fleet to a position just off the Norwegian coast, with the battle cruiser fleet scouting ahead, allowing them to detect and counter almost any meaningful move that the German fleet might make. Due to the intercepted signals from the 30th of May telling them that the German operation would start the next day, the Grand
Bro, I absolutely adore the color. I just hate that the sea missiles on the front. Don't get me wrong, I don't hate penguins. It's just why? Why?
Operation several hours before the Germans
Just why?
themselves left port in order to conduct said operation. Some weeks before, the 3rd Battle Cruiser Squadron had been rotated up to Scapa Flow for some much-needed gunnery practice, and the modern, fast Queen Elizabeth-class battleships that made up the 5th Battle Squadron had been sent south to make up the numbers in the battle cruiser fleet. Thus, Jellicoe would lead 16 battleships of the 1st and 4th Battle Squadrons and 3 battle cruisers of the 3rd Battle Cruiser Squadron out to sea.
Oh, are there? I gotta get one of those then. Fuck. There's a space dock, right? I'm a space. And my dock is in space. I love it. Actually love it. It's so dumb.
As this meetup was taking place, Admiral Hipper's 5 battle cruisers of the 1st Scout.
Like if I had that skin, I'd probably use it, right? I hated the guys on the front, but I love the color. Right? I'm a sucker for blue. What can I say?
SMS Lutzow, along with his flag officer, 1 Lieutenant Commander Eric Raeder. An hour and a half later.
Wait, for the Enterprise, I'm guessing then, because duh, right?
16 battleships of the 1st and 3rd Battle Squadrons, led by Admiral Scheer aboard SMS Friedrich
Oh, doesn't that count?
To be joined 90 minutes later by the 6 pre-dreadnoughts of the 2nd Battle Squadron. This latter force was not favoured by Scheer, who viewed their slow speed and limited armament as something of a liability, but he had included them. Mauve,
I want it. That is fucking cool, dude. I want it.
Albeit that in the rest of the fleet,
fucking Romulan thing, oh my god. Okay, where are these skins? How do you get these skins?
Because that's about as long as anyone
probably in the shop, right?
Last in a battle between dreadnoughts. Last to depart was the battle cruiser fleet.
11,000, I'm at 22,000. I need 18,000 more.
6 battle cruisers.
We're getting there.
1st and 2nd battle cruiser squadrons, leading 4 battleships of the 5th battle.
And then we have the U-69.
HMS Lion. All major forces were sailing in column abreast, This served to keep formations close
Bro,
together
even the
and
ships,
enabled
oh my
the quick
god.
passage of signals,
Bro, I'd
which
pay
were
20
still
bucks for that.
largely
I'm not gonna
executed
lie.
by flags, and thus required the visual sighting of the commander's communications, or at least the sighting of a relay ship. Once
Just
they
so you
were
know, I
confident
did
of
not buy
imminent
premium,
combat,
okay? If you haven't played for 90 days and you use my code, not my code, my link, you get classed as like a returning player, and if you play with me, then we both get stuff. And AK and Jamie both did it, so I've been getting like premium account and stuff. Pretty nice, to be honest. How do I get to the store? Free American, yeah. Yeah, there's a bunch of shit you could get. But you tell me about the Star Trek shit. It's no longer in the store, I guess. That's FOMO nonsense. Back from in November, apparently. I don't think you can get that no more. Yeah. FOMO nonsense.
the various fleets would adopt the standard line of battle column formation, but this was a more unwieldy arrangement, so it was vital that the deployment
That's lame.
I'm
actually sad now. Like, I fucking love Star Trek, bro. Fuck.
Angle. The worst nightmare of any admiral was to find his column sailing perpendicular to the enemy line.
I need 15
Whilst
in-cap
that may have
ribbons.
worked for Nelson over a century earlier, in the modern age of long-range gunnery and explosive shells, it was an invitation to have your fleet destroyed bit by bit, as the firepower of every enemy battleship on the field would be focused on a small element of your own, whose wreckage would then disrupt the formation and gunnery of the next squadron that you'd be feeding into the grinder. Due to a number of ships on both sides being in refit, repair or fitting out, not every capital ship that each fleet technically possessed on paper was available for the operation.
Yeah, I was expecting that, but there's like 7 days premium coming up if I get that first thing done.
Royal Sovereign, HMS Emperor of India.
I mean, I have 6 days premium, so it's no longer a concern, to be honest.
Queen Elizabeth and Emperor of India were in dock. Royal Sovereign had only just commissioned and was in the process of working up.
Yeah, I just wanted the first one done, because the first one gives me a week.
Estuary, along with 3rd Battle Squadron, which was made up of pre-dreadnoughts. Additionally, the battlecruiser HMAS Australia was in dock for repairs after having collided with HMS New Zealand. On the German side, SMS König Albert was in dock for repairs to its power plant. SMS Bayern, the sole 15-inch armed ship in the High Seas Fleet at this point, was, like Royal Sovereign, still working up. This left a total strength on both sides as follows. Dreadnought battleships, 28 British, 16 German. Pre-dreadnoughts,
The models are
no
adorable.
British, 6 German. Battle cruisers, 9 British, 5 German. Armoured cruisers, 8 British, no German. Light cruisers, 26 British, 11 German. Destroyers, 79 British and 61 German, and seaplane carriers, 2 British and no German. These last two were the seaplane tenders HMS Engadine and Campania, assigned to the battlecruiser fleet and the Grand Fleet respectively. But when it comes to aircraft and their carriers, let's ask...
Same, dude. They look fucking cool. I love Star Trek.
The Grand Fleet possessed two seaplane carriers in its order of battle, HMS Campania and HMS Engadine. Before we have a look at those two, it deserves mentioning how the use of seaplane carriers...
Those ships look terrible.
...those ordinary carriers that would follow them, which we are used to today. Now, unlike the post-World War I flat-top, seaplane carriers would not launch their aircraft from the deck, but had to lift them off the deck onto the sea, where the plane then would take off itself. The same applied to landings, albeit reversed. Since the first use in combat at the siege of Tsingtao by the Japanese, seaplane carriers and the use of aviation began to be taken serious in naval warfare, but the practical value was still limited. In rough seas, for example, it was impossible to deploy a plane without it sinking or smashing against...
Stop showing this to me. God damn it. Because I can't get it no more. You're just giving me
did not sail out towards Jutland.
FOMO.
When the fleet left its anchorage, Campania did not, most likely due to a breakdown in communication, sail out from Scapa Flow as intended. Now, once this mistake was realized, she of course set out immediately, before being ordered to turn back, as heading out alone was deemed too risky, as her limited speed would not allow her to catch up. Anyway,
Problem solved, sir.
the more capable of British seaplane carrier.
Torpedoes, direct front.
Also missing
Hold
from the
below the
British
waterline.
forces
We're flooding
were
quickly.
the 35 destroyers and
Ship is on
supporting light
fire.
cruisers of the
Critical
Harwich
engine
Force
damage.
under Admiral Tyrwhitt, stationed
Smoke
much
screen
further
set.
south to defend the Channel along with 3rd Battle Squadron, but from different ports. They were available to flank the German lines if the Admiralty would issue orders.
Enemy cruiser foundered.
As the early morning darkness
I got
began
what
to
I
show
needed.
first glimmers of sunlight, the first actions of what would become known as the Battle of Jutland were about to begin. Submarine U-32 sights the cruisers HMS Galatia and Phaeton screening elements of the battlecruiser fleet, proceeding at 18 knots. It fires a single torpedo, which misses, but the periscope jams in the raised position, giving away its position. One cruiser turns to evade the incoming weapon, whilst the other turns to ram the U-boat, forcing it to make a crash dive. Half an hour later, when it comes back up to take another look around, the U-boat commander spots part of the 2nd Battlecruiser Squadron proceeding southeast and reports these sightings. U-66 was one of the vessels that had been forced off station by earlier British patrols. Now, as it forges through the mists, they're startled when the armoured cruiser Duke of Edinburgh comes barrelling out of the mist, followed by a light cruiser and 8 battleships, forcing another crash dive. The somewhat bewildered U-boat nonetheless works its way into a firing position, but is then almost run over by a destroyer accompanying the capital ships and has to dive again. And by the time it's able to come back up to periscope depth at around 0635, it reports that the formation is heading north. Critically, this early information gives the High Seas Fleet a misleading picture that plays into what they were hoping for, as it seems that the battlecruiser fleet is heading towards them, whilst the Grand Fleet is heading away from them, exactly what Scheer was hoping for. In actual fact, both fleet elements were simply undertaking a zigzag course to evade U-boats, and in both cases, the submarines had simply found the ships on one leg or the other of their respective zigzag courses. Whilst this allowed the Grand Fleet to head out to sea
Today is a good day to die.
Ambush, back at home, the first of a number of signal intelligence errors would be
If winning
made.
doesn't matter, then Commander,
Was known to
why
use
keep
the call
score?
sign DK. And so an officer asked the Signals Intel Department in room 40 to tell him where DK was. The reply was Wilhelmshaven, and thus Jellicoe was told that the High Seas Fleet was in port, and thus it would only be first scouting group to deal with. Room 40 knew that Scheer would use a different call sign when he left port, and if they'd been asked where Scheer was, they would have been able to tell the officer that Scheer was at sea. But that question wasn't asked, and the somewhat unpopular and arrogant officer had asked an out-of-context question for call sign DK, and so he received a practically useless, if technically correct, reply. 1st Scouting Group clears the last of the defensive minefields and heads northwest. The High Seas Fleet, just over 2 hours, steaming
Shit,
behind
I
them.
kept when I just the moment I shot.
Were in line ahead for this part of the passage, with scouting cruisers arced out ahead of them. Zeppelins are preparing to deploy, but the fog and low cloud is going to significantly limit their ability to see anything.
We're taking on water
Nothing
quickly.
much further of note happens for the rest of the morning and early afternoon as the various forces
Problem solved,
head
sir.
for their initial target areas. Admiral Shear has at this point received at least 3 separate reports citing small units of cruisers and battleships in different places and on different courses. He concluded,
These reports
Engine
ignore
boost
enlightenment as
activated.
the enemy's purpose. But the varied forces of the separate divisions of the fleet and the diverging courses did not seem to suggest either combined action of an advance on the German Bight or any connection with our enterprise,
Good show.
but showed a possibility that our hope of meeting with separate enemy divisions was likely to be fulfilled. We were, therefore, all the more determined to keep to our plan.
the battle cruiser fleet is heading east. The 1st Scouting Group and High Seas Fleet are heading north, whilst the Grand Fleet is heading roughly southeast. At their current headings, the battle cruiser fleet would cut through the aft of the 1st Scouting Group into the north of the High Seas Fleet, trapping itself between the 2 German formations in a manner that would be beyond Scheer and Hipper's wildest dreams. However, the battle cruiser fleet had orders to turn north to meet the Grand Fleet once they hit a line 260 miles east of the British coast. And as they now reach this marker,
Problem solved,
they
sir.
swing away from the unknown trap
Is that-
ahead of them. The Danish steamer NJ Fjord has been happily sailing along for most of the day, but has recently come to a halt to blow off excess steam. Elements of BT's screen spot a column of vapour and move to investigate. Meanwhile, further east, destroyers of the 1st Scouting Group also spot the unusual sight, and they move to take a look as well. The British vessels spot the incoming Germans and signal that enemy ships have been spotted southeast of their position.
Good show.
HMS Galatia and HMS Phaeton open fire on the German torpedo boats, which fall back towards a formation of German light cruisers that are coming
Come
in to support
on.
them.
Engine boost
BT
deactivated.
orders the battle cruiser fleet to swing southeast to cut off the German formation that he knows is out there.
Smoke
Jellicoe
generator
would
started.
later reflect that
There was now an excellent opportunity to concentrate his forces. The enemy was streaking towards our battle fleet, so that the loss of 2 or 3 miles by the battle cruisers was immaterial, but the opportunity was not taken.
instead, in a foreshadowing of things to come, his first orders are not received
For the
by
game,
5th
pretty good
Battle
still.
Squadron, which has been allowed to drift too far away to see his flags.
Another 3 ink
And
caps.
HMS Tiger, at the back of BT Squadron, which had been ordered to retransmit any flag orders by signal light, had been taken to a position even further away from the 5th Battle Squadron than Lion herself by the course change. Combined with the fact that the battlecruiser fleet was still scattered in individual squadrons, this missed signal left 5th Battle Squadron trailing 10 miles behind the Lion, reducing the battlecruiser fleet advantages in numbers from 2-1 to 6-5, of which 1 is the relatively new and untested HMS Tiger, and the 2 others are older Indefatigable class battlecruisers whose speed and protection are noticeably inferior to almost every other capital ship present. Even worse, the maximum broadside weight of the remaining ships in BT's vicinity is now 58,400 pounds down from a combined total of 120,416 pounds, a reduction of just over 50%. This reduction of broadside weight means that the advantage against the Germans' 34,268 pound broadside has gone from a crushing 3.5-1 to a somewhat less imposing 1.7-1. And even that is optimistic, as Indefatigable and New Zealand are unlikely to manage 8-gun salvos except at the best of bearings, whereas the 11-inch armed German battlecruisers are generally speaking better laid out for cross-deck firing. Admiral Evan Thomas, in charge of 5th Battle Squadron, would later state,
The only way I could account for no signal having been received by me was that the Vice Admiral was going to signal another course to the 5th Battle Squadron, possibly to get the enemy light cruisers between us. Anyway, if you wished us to turn, the searchlight would have done it in a moment. It was not until the Tiger asked Lion by wireless whether the signal to turn was to be made to the Barham that the Vice Admiral seemed to realize the situation.
Action stations were now being sounded by bugle across the ships of the battlecruiser fleet, and last-minute preparations were being made for action. Aboard Barham, the captain of Marines in charge of X-Turret realises that he's left a number of tins full of petrol in one of the ship's small boats, and quickly dashes off to throw them overboard. Aboard Warspite, the first officer, Commander Woolwyn, arrives at his action station in B-Turret only to realise he's about to go into action in a 15-inch gun turret without any ear protection. Luckily, a helpful midshipman has plenty of cotton wool stashed away in a pocket and lends him some. Aboard HMS New Zealand, Captain John Green, also known as Jimmy, solemnly orders the Maori warrior skirt and green pendant be brought to the bridge, where he puts them on, thus enabling the supernatural protection that these items bestow upon his ship.
Smoke generator started.
First shot has gone to the British, but first hit goes to the Germans as SMS Elbing, our 2nd Scouting Group, hits the Galatia at nearly the maximum range of its guns. HMS Engadine launches a seaplane carrier for recon, the first carrier launch in direct naval combat history. So let's hear a bit about what happened then.
HMS Engadine, on the other hand, sailed with the battlecruiser force under command of Vice Admiral Beatty. She was smaller than Titania, but slightly faster, and only recently been modified to protect its aircraft with a proper hangar structure. Engadine carried 4 aircraft, 2 short 184 recon bombers, and 2 additional Sopwith Baby Scouts. It was then this ship that would add an air dimension to the battle. When the German fleet was spotted on the 31st of May, Vice Admiral Beatty informed Engadine to send out a scout to get a better look at the German force. Now, Engadine's captain did not do so without protest, for the waves and haze made a launch rather and a recovery of the plane later on was questionable. There was no stopping easy though, so Engadine came to a halt, winched a short 184 over the side, and wished the pilot and his crewmen good luck. With Flight Commander Frederick Rutland at the controls and George Trevin acting as observer, the short took off just after 3 p.m.
Elements of the Grand Fleet begin to pick up increasing wireless traffic, courtesy of the German habit of broadcasting everything at maximum power. Jellicoe orders the Grand Fleet to prepare for action. Teacups and mugs are stowed, and a young Prince Albert, the future King George VI, takes his station aboard HMS Collingwood. Although the process is initially slowed by the sounding of general quarters instead of action stations, but everyone gets the idea pretty soon, and flags begin to flutter out. To aid in spotting and target identification in the murk, ships tend to fly more than one battle ensign, and soon dozens of flags, from small pennants to huge battle flags that could double as a smaller ship's sail, are streaming from every ship for miles around. A midshipman aboard HMS Neptune notes,
Several ships were flying, instead of the customary 1 white ensign, 3 or 4 ensigns from various parts of the rigging. In about 10 minutes, the air seemed to be thick with white ensigns, large and small, silk and bunting, hoisted wherever halyards could be found.
Off to one side, HMS Blanche, a cruiser acting independent of any specific squadron, also added 4 Union Jacks, 1 from each of her 4 funnels. Scattered throughout the fleet are a number of officers who were not especially well known at this point, but would later lead elements of the Royal Navy in the next World War. Percy Noble, Charles Ramsay, John Tovey, Philip Vian, Dudley Pound, and a number of others are all present, either in command of various destroyers and battleships, or else as lesser ranks aboard the same vessels. Aboard HMS Marlborough, Lieutenant Boyer Smith, in charge of Y-Turret, records,
"The first hint we had that something might materialize this time. was a message to the effect that a squadron of enemy light cruisers had been sighted some 40
Smoke him
miles
if you got
away.
him.
A smile stole round the gun's crews as I passed this on, and a smile of mingled sympathy and grim satisfaction, for a squadron of light cruisers running up against a grand fleet will probably not remain long afloat.
Enemy force sighted on the horizon.
Density of fog and prevailing light conditions give the Germans the upper hand as far as spotting goes for the moment, and at a range of about 15 miles, the first scouting group spots the leading elements of the battlecruiser fleet heading their way. Gamely forging on through the low cloud and mist, Engadin's aircraft is about to come into contact.
Staying below 1,000 feet due to climate and haze, after about 30 minutes, Rutland managed to spot a line of German light cruisers and destroyers heading northwest. Dutifully, he radioed his discovery back to Engadin. On the more problematic side, he himself had been spotted, and German AA guns opened up. With little practice in shooting at aircraft on the German side, Rutland was in comparatively little danger, as most shells missed their mark, but some did get close.
Critical
While
engine
Rutland
damage.
did his best to
Torpedoes
get
to
out
port.
as much of the shore
Torpedoes
as
to
he
stern.
would give,
Enemy destroyer
which
foundered.
wasn't much, seeing that the top speed lay well below 100 miles per hour.
Problem
Trevin
solved,
informed
sir.
Engadin on the German line. There, the captain was in a dilemma. Either break radio silence, warn BT, but also give the Germans a chance to locate a British fleet by following the signal bearings, or try to send over a message the old-fashioned way, via signal lamp. In the end, standing orders were obeyed and the lamp was used, only for the light signals to be missed by the flagship. In the meantime, Rutland's short plane ran out of fuel, as a fuel line had snapped, setting her down in the sea somewhere between the Germans and the approaching British battle line. Rutland was out of the flight. While radio signals were sent to Engadin in the hopes of getting picked up, Rutland tried to get the attention of a passing British cruiser by the clever use of semaphore,
Nice.
explaining his own
Good lucky.
predicament and the locations of the Germans. The ploy failed, as Engadin was able to hone in on the short aircraft, picking up Rutland, now Rutland of Jutland, his crew member, and the aircraft.
Torpedoes, direct front.
It was the first time in history that an
Torpedoes
aircraft
to
had
starboard.
been used in locating and
Problem
signaling
solved,
the
sir.
location of an enemy fleet,
Torpedoes, dead ahead.
albeit that this contribution ran somewhat short of an ideal outcome.
Torpedoes, dead
Naval
ahead.
aviation played no further part in the battle.
However, the battlecruiser fleet now spots first scouting group directly, and both sides now have their guns
Torpedoes,
trained
dead
and
ahead.
watch the range calculations tick down towards a practical firing
Torpedoes,
distance.
direct front.
BT ships, still trying to sort themselves into a line of
Torpedoes,
battle
direct
from their
front.
two independent squadrons and completely missing the 5th
Torpedoes,
battle
direct
squadron,
front.
are now entering the range of the heavy 13.5-inch
Torpedoes,
guns
direct
that equip
front.
Lion, Princess
Hold below
Royal,
the
Queen
waterline.
Mary and
We're
Tiger.
flooding quickly.
But due to a series of errors, including a catastrophic overestimation of the range aboard
Problem
the
solved,
Lion,
sir.
the battlecruiser fleet does not open fire. The minutes instead tick by quietly, and almost a quarter of an hour where the British ships could have been pounding Hitler's forces without reply.
Did you-
pass
This
completely
fucker
without
stole my
incident.
kill, dude. Son of a bitch.
Mindful of his duty, Hipper orders the first scouting group to head southeast towards the High Seas Fleet, which is about 2 hours steaming behind them, but less than an hour away if both elements of the German fleet head towards each other at top speed. The British ships are still making final course adjustments when the range ticks down far enough for the German ships to open fire, and Hipper's guns send the first big gun salvo of the battle down range. Thus begins the run to the south, with the Lützow, Der Flinger, Seydlitz, Moltke and von der Tann ranged against the Lion, Queen Mary, Princess Royal, Tiger, Indefatigable and New Zealand. Hipper recorded,
The fact that the English battlecruisers, probably on account of bad light conditions or perhaps forming the line of battle too late, delayed opening fire, allowing us to withhold our fire until the enemy was in effective gun range. The possibility of obtaining a rapid gunnery superiority is principally to be attributed to this delay in opening fire, which compared
I
to
got
the
it.
enemy remained a longer time within effective gun range.
the British are surprised, believing their longer range guns are still out of range, and so for the first few salvos, every ship except Princess Royal sends their shells far, far over their targets, thinking that they're still at extreme range. Only Princess Royal and Lion are on a steady course, which further impedes the firing of the other battlecruisers as their own bearing is constantly changing and early fire control equipment isn't really set up to deal with that. Lighting and visibility due to gun smoke are also against the British. But this is overshadowed by much larger problems. The standing orders call for each British ship to engage its opposite number, except the flagship Lion, which would add its fire to that directed against the German flagship Lützow. But, thanks to a second major error in signalling, Lion and Princess Royal engage Lützow, but Queen Mary engages Seydlitz instead of Der Flinger. Tiger then engages New Zealand's target, SMS Moltke, whilst Indefatigable engages Von der Tann. This leaves the bemused Der Flinger unengaged and able to fire away with practice condition gunnery, which it focuses first upon Lion. Aboard Der Flinger, Chief Gunnery Officer, Korvettenkapitän Georg von Hasse recalls,
"What astonished me was that so far we had apparently not been
Georg.
once. Only quite rarely did a shot stray near us. I observed the gun turrets
Also von Hase.
closely and established that the ship was not firing at us. She too was firing at our flagship. I observed the enemy ship for a moment. By some mistake, we were being left out. I laughed grimly and then began to engage our enemy with complete calm, as at gun practice, and with continually increasing accuracy."
With the advantage of a stable course, a better idea of the actual range and superior visibility, the German guns have by far the better of this part of the engagement. HMS Tiger receives multiple hits from Moltke, despite the latter being attacked by two ships at once. Beatty sends a series of signals back to the Grand Fleet, saying that he'd seen enemy battlecruisers, that they were running southeast towards home, and finally that he was engaging them. Notably lacking from any of this was any position information.
Smoke generator started.
A 12-inch shell from Lützow smashes into the amidships Q turret of HMS Lion. The hit is described thus by one of the crew.
No further confirmation was necessary. The armoured roof of the Q turret had been folded back like an open sardine tin. Thick yellow smoke was rolling up in the clouds from the gaping hole, and the guns were cocked up in the air awkwardly. All this happened within a few yards of where BT was standing, and none of us on the bridge had heard the detonation. The destructive power was enormous, but oddly, in the maelstrom of the battle, was completely unregistered on the bridge.
HMS Decatur, a destroyer of the 13th Flotilla, is stuck with its fellows between the opposing battle lines. Leading torpedoman Thorne noted,
"The noise was deafening. Being between the two fleets, we soon heard the heavy shells passing uncomfortably close overhead. Even seen some turn lengthwise over and over. Expecting every moment to be hit and blown to bits, I perched on the foremost torpedo tube, taking a very dim view of events."
Dim view.
The smoke from the destroyers confounds the gunnery on both sides somewhat. The Germans, concluding the positioning of the British light craft must be deliberate. The weather is somewhat in the Germans' favour, both in general lighting and in the form of a general west to east breeze that blows gun and funnel smoke into the view of the British rangefinders from their own ships, whilst also clearing the German gun and funnel smoke from first scouting group rangefinders.
Problem solved, sir.
HMS Indefatigable takes 2, possibly 3.
I sank your battleship, perhaps.
Salvo, courtesy of SMS Von der Tann. She shears out of line as her aft turret burns, and moments later the magazine explodes. Albeit it's not 100% clear if the fake hit was directly to the turret or straight through the 4-inch armour and into the magazine. Whether it's a progressive explosion or largely vented through holes in the ship, Indefatigable doesn't actually die immediately, but is sinking slowly by the stern, with the ship's hull severed completely from X-turret aft. However, another salvo streams in and 2 hits are registered forward. one of which sets off a chain reaction that sees the forward magazine detonate instantly in a colossal explosion that sends huge pieces of the ship whirling away all directions, as well as instantly wiping
The little
out all
cotton
but
ball
3
that he
crew
used for
from those who
smoke.
remained following the first detonation.
That's hilarious.
It sailed into action with 1,019 men aboard. Of the survivors, leading signalman Falmer recounts,
A message came through that the flags were entangled around the mast. Some boy must go up, so I took my sea boots off, climbed up the port top, went up the Jacob's ladder right to the very top. I unfolded the flag and I sat on the wireless yard. Looking around, I could see all the German fleet, and I only made up about 40 ships. There were 6 of us, and I suppose we'd been out in action about hour and a half or so, when a shell or something hit the magazines. There was a terrific explosion. The guns went up in the air just like matchsticks. 12-inch guns they were. And she began to settle down. Within half a minute or so, she was gone. I was thrown, I suppose, well, 180 foot up, you understand, and I was thrown well clear of the ship. Otherwise, I would have been sucked under.
Falmer would later find able seaman Elliot and the ship's badly wounded.
Imagine that, bro. Like, you're in the rigging or something to do something, and then the ship fucking takes a hit and blows up. Makes you fly like half a fucking, like 100 meters out into the ocean, right? And that's the only reason you survive. That's crazy, dude.
Captain Charles Sobry alive.
God damn.
But Sobry died of his wounds before a German destroyer happened to find them. The rest of the British line appears to lose formation as reports of torpedo tracks cause the ships to undertake evasive action that further throws out the calculations of the fire control computers and requires them to be reset with new data. Far to the north, learning of the unfolding action, Jellicoe orders 3rd Battlecruiser Squadron to increase to full speed and drive south to assist Beatty. Admiral Hood aboard HMS Invincible, accompanied by HMS Inflexible and HMS Indomitable, the oldest battle cruisers in the fleet, and indeed in the world, now plunge south to try and assist, whilst the Grand Fleet accelerates to 20 knots.
Enemy force detected.
Aboard HMS Lion, the surviving turret crew and some of the other nearby sailors were clearing up some of the wreckage and fires that were in and around Q turret when a shell and charge in the breech block of one of the guns falls out and the unburnt cordite charges ignite, blowing many off their feet, with the fireball travelling down the loading cages and into the handling room, making a beeline for the magazine. But even as the fireball races both skywards and
Oh, well, I'm
downwards,
dead.
the mortally wounded Major Francis Harvey, Royal Marines, pulls
That
over
wasn't a
the
good game.
voice pipe despite the loss of both legs.
Why did my
because
lock
the
stop,
magazine's
dude?
locked down and flooded. It's his last act on this earth. His body will be found later next to the voice pipe, but it saves the ship and the 1,300 plus men still aboard her. For this action, he will receive a posthumous Victoria Cross. Aboard
Here's a piece of
Warspite,
plastic innocent
Mark
ribbon.
Baldwin is keeping a close
Thanks for
eye out
dying.
when something bears out of the murk.
Sighted 4 columns of smoke in the mist and gave orders to load. Commenced firing on what seemed to be 4 light cruisers. Could not see well from B turret lookout hood. Blast from A turret struck me as worse than usual. Number 2 light cruiser suddenly obscured by massive smoke and flame. Turned to starboard and engaged battle cruisers on port bow. Could hardly see anything to lay on. Spotting very bad. Time of flight watchkeeper was first rate and could nearly always identify splashes where they came down. Saw several salvos splash just short of us. Tried to see next ahead Valiant, but could not see her through the slit. Only just caught her wake through the corner of my eye.
The light cruisers rapidly turn into the rest of first scouting group, and the pendulum begins to swing as huge columns of water erupt close by the German battle cruisers. Unheralded by either side, the racing ships of 5th Battle Squadron have finally caught up. In contrast to the scattered shooting of the battle cruisers, the Scapper-trained gunners aboard Valiant, Warspite, Malaya and Barham actually have the opposite problem. The German crews observe a fall of shot with groupings that are so tight that salvos are landing less than a ship's length away, but without any shells hitting. Ironically, a slightly wider spread, more in line with normal gunnery standards, would probably have scored hits almost from the first salvo. Nonetheless, within 60 seconds of opening fire, a 15-inch shell from HMS Barham slams into SMS Von der Tann, hitting the belt armour just below the waterline. Although the shell explodes before penetrating, the sheer force of the impact and detonation buckles the almost 10-inch thick steel plate, rupturing the hull and allowing 600 tons of water to flood in. The shockwave also disabled the steering gear and the German battlecruiser falls out of line to port. Only frantic work below decks restores the steering in time to prevent Von der Tann looping back on itself straight into the guns of the entire 5th Battle Squadron. A crewman aboard Von der Tann recalls that
the hit made the hull vibrate like a tuning fork. 5 or 6 times the ship's end swayed back and forth, and the bending of the ship damaged the radio antenna between the masts.
over the course of the next few minutes, the rest of the Queen Elizabeths draw into range and begin to open fire. Admiral Scheer recorded,
"This made the situation critical for our cruisers. The new enemy fired with extraordinary rapidity and accuracy, with greater ease as regards the latter, as he met with almost no opposition, as our battle cruisers were fully engaged with Admiral Beatty's ships."
We're hull below the waterline. We're flooding
HMS
quickly.
Queen Mary is performing the best of all British battle cruisers, with a steady, rapid and accurate series of salvos aimed at SMS Seydlitz, and she'd already scored 3 hits, destroying
Fucking
Seydlitz's
sub.
rear turret, starting a number of small fires, and knocking out part of the secondary battery, taking 2 hits in return to little immediate effect. However, with the Lion being lost to sight after the battering inflicted on it by Lutzow, the Der Flinger had switched targets, and both it and
Oh, for
Seydlitz
crying out
were
loud!
firing at Queen Mary.
What's our sub doing?
3 shells from the Iron Dog and 2 from Seydlitz hit within moments of each other, and almost immediately thereafter the forward magazines detonate, blowing the ship in 2 under the bridge. What's left of the midships and aft section begins to roll over
gonna die now.
and sink practically immediately, with further explosions sounding inside the hull. HMS Tiger, following, is forced to take emergency evasive action to avoid the wreck, which takes 1,266 men with her and leaves fewer than a dozen struggling in the water. Commander von Hasse, the first gunnery officer aboard Der Flinger, describes what he sees thus.
A vivid red flame shot up from her forepart. Then came an explosion forward, followed by a much heavy explosion amidships. Immediately afterwards, she blew up with a terrific explosion, the masts collapsing inwards and the smoke hiding everything.
2 of the survivors gave a more detailed account. The first explosion shook the ship, and those in X-turret noted the hydraulic gauges that monitored the turret's training mechanisms dropped suddenly. Another explosion threw 2 men under one of the guns, which then fell off its mountings and crushed them, even as the force of the explosion buckled the floor upwards. Deciding that their turret was done, the remaining crew opened the hatches to help man the 4-inch secondary battery, only to find the aft 4-inch guns turned into shrapnel and the whole ship listing badly to port. Realizing this, Lieutenant Hewitt, in charge of the turret, went back inside
Dude,
to tell
this
the
thing
men
does
in
not
the
wanna
working
die.
chamber, magazines and shell room to get out. Men began to fall
Thank
down
you.
the deck and into the water, and Petty Officer Francis, who managed to climb the starboard rail, crawled over
That
the
guy
edge and down
is
the hull
useless.
into the water. Last out of the turret was Midshipman Owen, who was by now able to stand on the back of the turret, noting the red-hot stern with hull plates missing and glowing frame girders. The bow then erupted in one massive explosion, shaking the ship and throwing him off into the sea.
The hell is that sound?
Despite having opened a fair distance between himself and the ship, Petty Officer Francis found himself sucked back and under as the ship went down,
Twitter.
managing to fight his way back to the surface with the aid of a hammock he encountered that was heading upwards, which along with some wood managed to keep him afloat until a destroyer eventually found him. Midshipman Owen was still recovering his senses in the water, which gave him an unusual waterline perspective as
5th Battle Squadron steamed past in a perfect order, firing continuously. The enemy shells were falling a good deal short of the squadron, but one of them must have exploded. Enemy shells Battle Squadron steamed past in a perfect order, firing continuously. The enemy shells were falling a good.
What the fuck is that sound?
Squadron,
It's
one
in
of them
game.
must have exploded in the water close to me, causing me to lose consciousness. I have no more recollection of what happened until I found myself on the forecastle of the Laurel.
The fog of war surrounding these events is evident in Admiral Scheer's account written just after the war.
Whether the destruction was the result of artillery action or was caused by torpedo from the battle cruisers or by torpedo from the torpedo boat Flotilla 9 can never be ascertained for certain, but most probably was due to artillery action which caused an explosion of ammunition or oil aboard the enemy vessel.
There was also considerable confusion in the German fleet as to whether 5th Battle Squadron was made up of 4 or 5 ships, with Scheer giving the opinion even in 1919 there must have been 5 based on the number of reports that he'd received in battle to this effect. Another German salvo either hits HMS Princess Royal or lands very close, and the ship vanishes amidst the spray, smoke and fragments. Aboard HMS Lion, a crewman reports that she too has blown up. This report prompts Beatty to remark to his flag captain,
"Chatfield, there seems to be something wrong with our bloody ships today."
Ironically enough, Princess Royal is in fact very much alive, powering out of the smoke and spray a few moments later. Major Harvey's last act proves providential again as the heat and embers from the fire in what is left of Lion's Q turret ignite multiple further charges stored in the working chamber, the flash racing down into the ship but finding only sealed doors and seawater, thus saving the ship from the same fate as her half-sister Queen Mary, fragments of whom are still falling from the sky. The leading ships of the High Seas Fleet sight the funnel and gun smoke of the battle cruiser action, and shortly thereafter, the 2nd Light Cruiser Squadron, screening ahead of Beatty's force, spots the High Seas Fleet, dodging madly to avoid the torrent of heavy caliber fire sent their way in an effort to ascertain exactly what it is they've spotted and report back the enemy strength. Aboard Southampton, the encounter...
Yeah, I gotta remember this against players.
We saw ahead of us first smoke, then masts, then ships. 16 battleships with destroyers around them on each bow. We hung on a few minutes to make sure before confirming the message. Then, my commander, efficient and cool, said, "If you're going to make that signal, you had better make it now, sir. You may never make another."
The cruiser wheeled about, reporting the 16 dreadnoughts and 6 pre-dreadnoughts heading towards the battlecruiser fleet. The battle line consisting of SMS König, Grosser Kurfürst, Kronprinz, Markgraf, Kaiser, Prinz Regent Leopold, Kaiserin, Friedrich de Grosse, Ostfriesland, Thuringen, Helgoland, Oldenburg, Posen, Rhineland, Nassau, Westfalen, Deutschland, Hessen, Pommern, Hanover, Schlesien and Schleswig-Holstein. In both the Grand Fleet and the High Seas Fleet, the flagship is positioned more towards the centre of the formation. Admiral Scheer explains why this is.
When there is a question of leading several squadrons, it is not advisable to take up a position at the head of the enemy line, as it is not possible from there to watch the direction in which the fight develops. Being bound to any such a position might lead to the Commander-in-Chief finding himself at the rear instead of at the head of the assembled line. During the whole time that fighting was going on, I had a clear lookout over the whole line and was able to signal with great rapidity in both directions. As the fighting line of warships was more than 10 kilometers long, I should not have been able to overlook my entire line from the wing.
Thanks to the previously mentioned miscommunications ashore with Room 40, this is the first news that the Royal Navy at sea has that the High Seas Fleet is at sea, as 15 minutes after the first funnel smoke is spotted, Jellicoe receives the following from Southampton.
Urgent. Priority. Course of enemy's battle fleets. North, single line ahead. Composition of van, Kaiser class.
Well, I gapped it.
Off center, east. Destroyers on both wings and ahead. Enemy's battle cruisers joining battle fleet from northward. My position, latitude 0.56 degrees 29 minutes north. Longitude 6 degrees 14 minutes east.
Enemy cruisers.
Torpedoman Thorn aboard HMS Gator
We saw ahead German destroyers coming to attack our battlecruisers.
Sorry, not sorry.
The wing of the Nestor never deviated, but led us straight at the enemy destroyers, who broke away as we charged through. Their formations were so dislocated that their attack on our battlecruisers never materialized. Some reversed course to pursue us, but our speed put us ahead. Nomad was hit in the engine by a large shell which brought her to a dead stop. Both Nestor and Nakata fired two 21-inch torpedoes each, but before anyone could see if they hit, we had swung round to rejoin the battlecruisers, now some 10 miles distant.
Practically every available destroyer in the two battlecruiser forces' screens is now engaged in a boiling pell-mell battle between the two capital ship firing lines, with torpedoes thick in the water from multiple launches. Both sides' battlecruisers break away from the incoming weapons, evading them all with the exception of Seydlitz, which will catch a torpedo from HMS Petard at 1657. Although the ship manages to not slow down from the hit, it is still taking on water. It's for a relatively good day for the Petard, which also hits V-29, sinking it. Other destroyers managed to cripple V-27, which is abandoned and sunk by its own side. The overall light forces engagement therefore ends in favour of the British, but HMS Nestor and HMS Nomad are left immobilised, albeit still afloat. That state of affairs won't last, however, since the High Seas Fleet is bearing down on the position and will shortly finish off both small vessels. Deep in the bowels of Seydlitz, oft-forgotten heroics are being undertaken.
The Stokers and Kolschakers deserves the highest praise. Was they had revealed themselves mostly in the dark, often up to their knees in water without knowing where it had come from and how much it would rise.
I'm like the only one here, it's kind of scary.
We had very bad coal that formed so much slag that the fires had to be cleaned after half the usual time, and the grates burned through and fell into the ash pits. The spare ones had to be altered in the thick of the battle, because even the beams supporting the grates were bent by the heat.
Elsewhere on the ship, Seydlitz's helmsman, previously demoted for habitual drunkenness, is carefully steering the ship as best he can. He'll end up being at this post for 24 hours straight without relief, becoming the only non-officer in the High Seas Fleet to receive the Iron Cross First Class for his efforts in the battle both now and later on, as pretty much the saviour of the ship. At a range of about 12 miles, Beatty spots the incoming German battleships and orders a full 180-degree turn, back towards the Grand Fleet. Even at full strength, the battlecruiser fleet is not capable of engaging such a force, and still less after the loss of Indefatigable and Queen Mary. Unfortunately, more poor signalling means that the 5th Battle Squadron, still sailing hard south, don't see any signal and come pounding past the bemused battlecruisers and straight at 5 times their number of enemy battleships. As Commander Woolwin aboard Warspite records,
suddenly saw our battlecruisers coming the opposite way and felt rather anxious to know what well.
At this stage of the fighting, the 1st Scouting Group has landed about 42 hits on the battlecruiser fleet in 5th Battle Squadron, with the battlecruiser fleet scoring a mere 11 hits in return. The 5th Battle Squadron, despite their late arrival and short engagement period, have already managed 6 hits on 1st
we got a torpedo hit at least.
and plan on
Got some damage in.
Further north, Jellicoe has received the 2nd Light Cruiser Squadron's signal, as well as Beatty's notice of his reversal of course. He signals the entire Grand Fleet that fleet action is imminent and orders the fleet to action stations. But he faces one major decision. The fleet is still in columns, good for cruising, terrible for fighting. He can order them to form a battle line by turning to port or starboard, but one choice will lead him to cross the enemy T, a perfect position. The other will at best result in a passing engagement, at worst leave his rearmost ships exposed to most of the High Seas Fleet's gunnery. It all depends on if the Germans are chasing Beatty on his port or starboard quarter, as well as Beatty's own location, heading and speed. Beatty, of course, is not telling Jellicoe anything in this regard, leaving his superior to make an educated guess.
Action stations.
At maximum range, the High Seas Fleet's leading units open fire on the battlecruiser fleet. Making the worst of an already bad situation, as the Queen Elizabeths come thundering past, Beatty orders them to turn in succession, meaning the lead ship will turn and then each other ship will follow that same course as if they were all on a rail track, which means that with every ship that makes the turn, the High Seas Fleet will be closer and closer to that turning position, leaving successive ships ever more vulnerable, moving slowly and broadside on to the massed enemy guns. A much better order would be turn together, with each ship simultaneously turning, effectively flipping the line around in a quarter of the time. And on top of all of this, flag-signalled orders are only supposed to be carried out once the signal is acknowledged and the original signal is hauled down, the signal to execute. Bemused, Flag Officer Seymour watches the pride of the Grand Fleet steam headlong into the entire German Navy, but leaves the signals up, therefore technically refusing them permission to make even the less than adequate turn in succession. Further north, but closing, and satisfied that his ships are making themselves ready, Jellicoe informs the Admiralty in London that battle is about to be joined, whilst still agonising over which direction he should be turning his fleet. As the 5th Battle Squadron comes into the range of the High Seas Fleet, Admiral Evan Thomas, who so far has dutifully followed Beatty's orders, or lack of them, has finally had just about enough. He can see the danger plain as day as the High Seas Fleet's leading elements open up a barrage with every gun they possess. He therefore issues his own squadron orders to expect to have to make sudden course changes and to follow his lead, before ordering the wheel hard over and slewing Barham around. Valiant and Warspite move to follow, replicating the turn in succession order, whilst the trailing HMS Malaya sees the oncoming danger and prepares to turn as soon as it possibly can without crashing into Warspite. The 4 embattled ships give as good as they're getting, crashing out 15-inch broadsides at Shear's vessels, even as shells of every caliber the Germans possess.
I do like that submarines cannot capture or stop the capture of a ship, of a thing.
Interestingly,
because that sub was
Admiral
definitely
Scheer
inside the
believes
perimeter.
that this maneuver is a deliberate ploy by the British to cover the withdrawal of the battlecruiser fleet. Having spent almost an hour steaming south, Admiral Hood aboard HMS Invincible signals Beatty asking for location, course, speed and heading so that 3rd Battlecruiser Squadron can assist. He receives no reply and has to press on based entirely on guesswork and the rolling sound of gunfire from somewhere further south. Beatty, now deprived of 5th Battle Squadron again through his own actions, finds himself with 4 battlecruisers in various operational states, from the near-crippled Lion to the remarkably intact New Zealand, facing off against Hipper's 5 ships. So he orders the range opened to avoid further losses to his command, even as fire pours in from every working gun on Hipper's ships, battering Lion and Tiger still further. But this is of less than no help to 5th Battle Squadron, as Warspite and Malaya find themselves fighting the entire High Seas Fleet solo. Barham and Valiant are now under assault from Hipper's battle cruisers. For extra fun, Warspite is also targeted by Hipper as well as Scheer, giving it the dubious honour of having likely been at least a passing target for every single German capital ship to ever have range of it during the battle. 13 hits are distributed over 3 of 5th Battle Squadron's ships. Valiant comes out of it unscathed. Barham and Warspite at this stage are hit by the 1st scouting group, whilst Malaya takes 7 hits from the heavy guns of the High Seas Fleet, starting a dangerous fire on her starboard casemate passageways, knocking out the entire battery and causing heavy casualties. But, despite the odds, the 5th Battle Squadron gives back better than they get, dealing out 13 hits in return to 1st Scouting Group's battle cruisers and another 5 to the High Seas Fleet's battleships, the 4 ships engaging a total of 9 separate enemy targets between them at this time. Lieutenant Brind is in charge of Malaya's B turret.
The enemy continued to fire rapidly at us during and after the turn, but did not really get near us until after 5:15 p.m. when their salvos began to arrive thick and fast. From my position in the turret, I could see them falling just short, and just over several times, and a great column of black water fall on top of the turret. I was trying to make out our target, but expected at any moment we would get a nasty knock, and that if any of these shells falling all around us should hit us in the right place, our speed would be sadly reduced, and we should not stand a very good chance. The salvos were coming in at a rate of about 6 to 9 per minute. At 5:20 p.m. I saw a large column of water rise between my guns and felt the turret shake heavily. We had been hit abreast the turret, below the water line. So heavy was the shock that I feared that our fighting efficiency had been gravely impaired. Not so much that a shell had pierced any part of the turret, but that the shock of the impact had seriously damaged our loading arrangements. I went into the gun house to inquire whether all was well below, and received a report that they had been somewhat shaken by the blow, but that everything seemed alright. This proved too optimistic, because when the main cage arrived in the working chamber, it was found that shell could not be withdrawn, and there was a proper jam-up. I dashed down and we had to work like anything to clear it. After what seemed an age, but could not have been very long, we succeeded and managed to get to the cage.
Oh, one's gonna hit at least.
Order. During this time, the secondary method of
Oh my god.
was in use for the right gun, and although 5 rounds have been loaded in this way, the
Unless, you know, you're playing a video game and you get super fucking lucky.
very cheery and full of go. They had no thought that we should come off worse than the enemy, but wanted to know how many German ships were left afloat, requiring to be finished off. Until about 5:40 p.m, the enemy's fire continued to be very brisk and fell all around us. The visibility had been getting steadily worse, and we had very rarely been able to see anything but the flashes of the German guns. During this time we were several times hit, to what extent I could not tell, but we had a bad list to starboard.
Warspite was being even more roughly handled. Commander Woolwyn noting...
That annoyed me. I should have at least gotten one hit. The fuck? Guy's in a fucking battleship for crying out loud.
But counted 6 or 8. Long lines of orange flame seemed to ripple along continuously and realised there were 5.
Turned like a goddamn destroyer.
Heavy shakes, but didn't think much of it. Blast of A turret blew water into my eyes and it was very uncomfortable in the hood. Then received a message from the captain to leave the turret and go aft at once to see what the matter was, as we'd been badly hit. Called Coates and told him to take charge, that all was well and we were in primary control. Thought for half a minute, should I go out over the upper deck or down through the shell room? Decided I ought to go
It's a pretty crazy picture.
Midshipman Grenfell at that moment opened
It's like literally at the point of detonation.
and I jumped out telling Walken to go down through the trap the other way and meet me on the mess deck.
Especially for those days, you know what I mean?
Bit of a funk and ran. A turret fired as I was half down the ladder at the side of the turret, but I was on the lead side. Ran aft and down the port.
It's not like you can do like 20 pictures in 1 second.
Door, but all the clips were on, so I climbed over the second cutter. Shell came through the after funnel and spattered everywhere. Put my collar up and ran like a stag down through the door to the battery deck. Marines in the compartment were all right, but they had the door half open, luckily for me. Told them to shut it at once. All piece below, went right aft along the mess deck port side, aft down by the spirit room door, through lobbies, saw nothing. Number 6 Fire Brigade patrols reported everything all right. Went forward again and met Walken grinning all over, sent him to the captain to say all was well below and nothing the matter as far as I could see. As a matter of fact, we had been holed in the side by direct hit below the waterline, which flooded capstan engine flat, but of this could see nothing. Crossed Cook's lobby to port side and was just going forward to the forecastle deck when 12-inch came in through the starboard side and burst with a terrific sheet of flame. Impenetrable dust, smoke, stink and everything. Seemed to fall from everywhere at once. Called for number 2 Fire Brigade and several rushed out and we got fire out fairly easily. The place was full of smoke and several men were sick. Awful stench. Went aft to port side again and right aft to lobbies, found water pouring through Admiral's doorway. Was told we'd been badly hit aft and water was then 12 inches deep.
One of the engineers aboard HMS Falmouth, part of the 3rd Light Cruiser Squadron and in turn part of the Battle Cruiser Fleet screening force, popped his head out of a hatch to see the German fleet in pursuit and recorded that
I began to be a bit anxious about the engines, as I knew that if we broke down, we should very shortly have been in the center of the high seas.
Why is this guy trying to do a terrible Trump impersonation?
Position to the proverbial cotton wool rabbit being chased through Hades by an asbestos terrier.
Sorry, no.
Along with the 3rd Battle Cruiser Squadron, Rear Admiral Arbuthnot's 1st Cruiser Squadron, made up of older armoured cruisers forming the leading screen for the Grand Fleet, are now entering the combat arena. One of its ships, HMS Black Prince, sights 3rd Light Cruiser Squadron, BT's forward screen, as it heads towards them. This visual sighting is the first concrete information that the Grand Fleet has received about the position and heading of the battlecruiser fleet. With the haze working against him and a surge of British light cruisers and destroyers heading towards him, Hipper breaks off the action.
I had to work against the blinding sunset in the western sky and devastating enemy artillery. The sun stood deep.
This game is so full of cheaters, bro. Ridiculous.
The sun. I saw absolutely nothing of the enemy, who was behind a dense cloud of smoke. The gunnery officers could find no target, although we made a superb one ourselves. There was nothing else to do but to take the ships out of the battle for a while.
This would also give 1st Scouting Group some time to repair the damage that 5th Battle Squadron had dished out, as well as get some disabled guns working again. And so, with that pause in the fighting, we're going to leave the Battle of Jutland there for this week. Tune in next week for part 2. So when we last left them, Hipper's 1st Scouting Group had just broken off the action briefly to repair and reorganise. BT's battlecruisers had just run into the leading elements of 3rd Battlecruiser Squadron, and the Grand Fleet and High Seas Fleet were coming ever closer to each other. Let's pick up the action immediately. HMS Chester, part of 3rd Battlecruiser Squadron's screen, runs into the 4 light cruisers of the 2nd Scouting Group, which are screening Hipper's 1st Scouting Group on their own way north. Outnumbered 4-1, Chester is hammered by the German ships and frantically attempts to signal for help, fire back, manoeuvre and evade, all at the same time. 2 minutes later, Admiral Hood notices gunfire coming from Chester's last known heading and alters course to intercept. In the murk, some of the larger British cruisers are mistaken by the German ships for considerably nastier units, with Scheer being informed that HMS Agincourt is, for some reason, operating with the light cruisers. With the remaining ships of the battlecruiser fleet having joined up with the 5th
Battleship
Squadron again, BT's command once more holds a numerical advantage and a considerable firepower advantage. With the light and relative positions having shifted, they also enjoy much better visual conditions with their targets highlighted and themselves obscured. Thus, they re-engage 1st Scouting Group. Hipper realises that with several ships damaged and the heavy accurate fire of most of 5th Battle Squadron zeroing in, he has a little chance of accomplishing much more and turns back towards the High Seas Fleet. At about the same time, HMS Lion is spotted from HMS Iron Duke.
Biggest Giannis.
Jellicoe and BT are now in visual range, and the Grand Fleet's Admiral continues to demand reports from BT as to the location of the German fleet. They must be close, as BT is firing at something.
Mach schnell, Kameraden!
The time left to deploy the Grand Fleet
is
fast running out.
20k experience Nordic.
I
don't know what 20k is in German.
Which is slightly ahead of his own ship.
20,000? Thousands? Thousands? I don't know. What's 1,000 in German?
And somewhat self-contradictory. In a slightly
Is it just dozens?
The paymaster of HMS New Zealand heads up on
There's
deck
no
for
way.
some fresh air, unaware of the recommencement of action. He stretches, takes a deep breath, and suddenly has his trousers blown off by P-turret firing across the deck. Suitably embarrassed, he beats a hasty retreat. 3rd Battlecruiser Squadron looms up out of the murk, and the tables are now turned on 2nd Scouting Group. The time in Scapa has been well spent, and within 3 minutes Invincible's guns have crippled the light cruiser SMS Wiesbaden and forced the rest of 2nd Scouting Group to break off, saving the Chester.
I really shouldn't be here. This is a terrible position.
Largely crippled, nevertheless refuses to sink for the moment and will become something of a steel pinata for passing British capital ships over the next few hours, whilst throwing the odd torpedo back in retaliation. The 2nd Scouting Group assumes that 3rd Battlecruiser Squadron is the vanguard of the Grand Fleet and turns back towards 1st Scouting
What's
Group
even
for the
detecting
high
me,
seas
dude?
fleet
There's
in
like
order to
nothing near
reduce
me.
the big German guns. 3rd Battlecruiser Squadron's destroyers fight a savage action with 1st and 2nd Scouting Group's torpedo boats amidst the drifting mist and smoke clouds, with the 3 old battlecruisers dodging and weaving through a number of waves of German torpedoes in a display of excellent ship handling. During this, the destroyer HMS Shark is disabled in much the same way.
I'm telling you, some of the people in this game cheat. Like, there's no way. A destroyer is spotting me. It has to be here somewhere, and somehow we cannot see it.
BT finally responds to the repeated signals from his superior
I'm still being
officer,
detected.
although still without any course or speed data. And Jellicoe, whilst he has been pondering the single biggest decision for his career for quite some time, now has about 60 seconds to decide the fate of an entire empire. The pressure is huge, doubly so without the proper scouting information from
Finally
the
saw it.
battlecruiser
It went behind
fleet,
there.
as on this decision could rest the fate of the war, and indeed the fate of Britain itself. Get it wrong, and at best the Grand Fleet would go off in the wrong direction, leaving only damaged battleships and exploded battlecruisers to show for the battlecruiser fleet's efforts. At worst, he could send the Grand Fleet into a trap from which only a few might escape. His forces are currently in cruising formation, with the various divisions of the different battle squadrons arranged in 6 columns, each consisting of 4 ships. He's keeping Admiral Sturdy, the victor of the Battle of the Falklands, but something of an unorthodox thinker, next to him in the heart of the formation, to prevent him from doing something unexpected. But to fight most effectively and utilise their full broadside firepower of the world's largest collection of capital ships, Jellicoe needs to change this into a battle line. He has a number of options to hand. He could order the fleet to deploy to port or to starboard, which would take him in completely opposite directions. He could form a single line and head south directly. He could even order the fleet to split up, either as they deploy or after they deploy. He could even, according to some tactics, deploy as one column, see what the enemy's doing, and then deploy the rear columns in a different direction to form a pincer movement. He knows
Playing a destroyer in this game just fucking sucks, bro. They're so bad.
Grand Fleet to form this pincer movement, and that's exactly why Sturdy is in the middle of the formation, where he can't go anywhere without Jellicoe's authorization. And of course, there are numerous permutations on each of these major options.
There's no reason to play random when you're in a destroyer, dude. You're far more likely to make way more experience when you're playing co-op than you play PvP. Super unbalanced.
By 1815, Jellicoe had made his decision and was issuing his orders. The Grand Fleet would deploy to the east using a slight variation of the standard deployment patterns. The left-handmost division, headed by the battleship HMS King George V, will effectively stay on its southeast course, whilst the rest of the fleet's divisions will turn to port, forming up heading in a slightly northeasterly direction before turning around the point where King George V's division has passed and falling in behind said division, thus forming something of an arc. This would, according to what information he had as well as his own tactical intuition, allow him to cross Shears T whilst deploying every gun he commanded against a portion of the High Seas Fleet, the Vanguard. Additionally, as the sun sank in the west, the Germans would be backlit and the British obscured in the mist and darkness. Exactly the same situation Admiral von Spee had inflicted on Admiral Craddock at the Battle of Coronel, only with the sides now reversed. If all went to plan, individual squadrons of German ships would be feeding themselves into the meat grinder of several hundred heavy guns with minimal ability to reply. Faced with this, Scheer could run, or he could die. The signal flags sang up their lines and acknowledgement signals rippled throughout the fleet. Then the flags rippled down, the signal to execute. Iron Duke let out 2 short blasts on its siren, and almost as one, the leading half-dozen battleships all slewed to port, sounding their horns as well, with the guns simultaneously training to starboard as the spotters atop the masts and sitting
I love the
behind
end button.
lenses of rangefinders
It's
straight
great.
to spot the first sign of the High Seas Fleet. And behind them, in sequence, the Grand Fleet began to deploy. The High Seas Fleet, unknown to both sides, is only 7 miles away, and the British battle line itself is 6 miles long, even when sailing in close formation. With the turn to port, the line begins to settle in a slight arc, and the single largest battle line of steel warships ever assembled is ready for action. The names of many ships steeped in history. From the front of the line to the back are King George V, Ajax, Centurion, Erin, Orion, Monarch, Conqueror, Thunderer, Iron Duke, Royal Oak, Superb, Canada, Benbow, Bellerophon, Temeraire, Vanguard, Colossus, Collingwood, Neptune, St. Vincent, Marlborough, Revenge, Hercules, Agincourt, Barham, Valiant, Warspite, and Malaya.
Smoke generator started. Torpedoes, dead ahead.
Even as the Grand Fleet sets itself up for combat, somewhat further south, things are not going so ideally. Whilst 5th Battle Squadron has managed to extract itself northwards and append itself to the stern of the Grand Fleet, fighting between the 2 closing fleets is still ongoing in other areas. 1st Scouting Group has rejoined the High Seas Fleet, and they are all now heading north to try and re-engage Beatty. They genuinely have no idea the Grand Fleet is at sea.
Oh, that guy got fucked up.
On top of them. In fact, at this point, Shear's thoughts were...
Some steps would also have to be taken to shake off the English line force.
How close do I have to be for fucking...
In order to avoid any loss to our main fleet from nocturnal torpedo boat attacks.
Whilst Shear suspects that the Grand Fleet might be now at sea somewhere, he thinks they're probably going to show up in this area the next day, and is mainly concerned with ensuring that his fleet is ready to face them at that point. And to be fair, there are a few closer issues to attend to. Between the 2 fleets, Beatty's battle cruisers are crossing the face of the deploying Grand Fleet to try and link up with...
I really wish this game is made by non-Russians, dude. Oh my god, look at how fast this retard is going. Underwater, I might add. Ain't no fucking way, dude. It would go like 15 knots. I'm going fucking 25 right now.
But as all this is going on, lookouts aboard Lion spot the armoured cruisers of 1st Cruiser Squadron cutting in front of them. HMS Warrior is narrowly missed by Lion. Seemingly fixated on the drifting Wiesbaden, Admiral Arbuthnot has chosen possibly the single worst time to lead his ship south ahead of the capital ships in an attempt to finish off the lone German cruiser. Nor is this the only near collision. The various other cruisers and destroyer units of the Grand Fleet have had to get out of the way of what is anticipated to be a very hot zone in the next few minutes, and they're trying to establish an order of battle astern of the battleships to the southwest, with occasional units coming under fire from various German ships as a number of far-flung units come within gun range of each other. The bemused battleships look on as their escorts try to extricate themselves from the sudden traffic jam and get into some semblance of order. Admiral Arbuthnot's luck truly runs out as HMS Defence and HMS Warrior enter gun range of Wiesbaden at about the same time as they also enter gun range of the leading elements of the High Seas Fleet and 1st Scouting Group. A steel rain of 11 and 12-inch shells pours in, and within moments HMS Defence's magazines detonate in yet another colossal fireball, visible from both the Grand and High Seas fleets. She vanishes beneath the waves with all hands, perhaps the most egregious casualty of the day. HMS Warrior is then subject to the same treatment and is hit badly, but at the last possible moment, respite arrives at the most unlikely form.
Respite with an I.
Spray, splinters and shells, HMS Warspite looms out of the setting sun with her steering gear motors overheated and her rudder jammed in a 10 degrees turn to starboard.
Problem solved, sir.
Stopping would be suicide, and so Warspite instead powers on at full speed, inadvertently pulling a series of circles near and around the crippled warrior. Presented with a much more valuable target, the Germans dutifully switch most of their fire to Warspite, which takes over a dozen direct hits for its troubles, but remains an infuriatingly difficult target relative to the amount of firepower being directed at it. Eventually,
no, come on! Oh, I needed to destroy so badly.
Crew watches their
Damn it.
unexpected savior struggle off to the north. But by that point, the Germans have other issues to deal with apart from a single damage.
Damn it,
cruiser.
someone stole it now.
Warspite gradually brings herself back into some semblance of order and heads away at a reduced speed.
I need 3 for a
eventually
mission.
Ordered back into port for repairs. Nonetheless, the Germans believe all 3 armoured cruisers and Warspite to be sunk at this point, with Scheer's post-war account mentioning the latter supposed sinking several times, and at points appearing to be almost personally insulted at Warspite's temerity in failing to slip beneath the waves. Even as all this was going on to the port quarter of the German formation, first scouting group has come into range of 3rd Battlecruiser Squadron, as well as regaining contact with Beatty and the rest of the battlecruiser fleet. The visibility is at first in the Royal Navy's favour, a microcosm of what Jellicoe is planning. Whilst 3rd Battlecruiser Squadron is made up of older battlecruisers that are vulnerable to German capital ships regardless of ammunition handling practices, if they can't be seen, they can't be hit, and their recent training at Scapa pays off. HMS Indomitable rapidly scores 4 hits, 3 on Der Flinger and 1 on Seydlitz. However, it's Lutzow who really catches the short end of the stick as she comes under fire from Lion, Inflexible and Invincible. 10 hits smash into the German flagship, and it is in fact Invincible, the oldest battlecruiser present, and indeed the first of its kind, that seals the ultimate fate of the newest battlecruiser present, when it puts 2 of the 8 shells it delivers to Lutzow in about as many minutes, just below the waterline forward, causing catastrophic progressive flooding that includes a breach of the large torpedo flat that controls the ship's submerged bow tubes. It's a mortal blow, but that death will take a while to come. Invincible's fate, however, is somewhat faster in coming. A gust of wind briefly clears the smoke and murk, exposing it to the clear view of Hipper's ships, and both Lutzow and Der Flinger open up. 3 salvos each ring out, and within a minute and a half, it's all over. A shell smashes into her nearest amidship's turret, and moments later, an all-too-familiar flash of magazine detonation lights up the evening as 1,026 officers and men lose their lives in moments. Almost all of the few survivors were a handful of men atop the mainmast, which is blown clean off the ship, with them still at their stations. Amazingly, one of the others is from Q turret, the one that was hit. HMS Princess Royal takes a couple of hits from SMS Markgraf, but the action breaks off shortly thereafter. Lutzow has many systems offline and is taking the water fast. Admiral Hipper is therefore forced to take to SMS G39, a torpedo boat, and go looking for a working battlecruiser to lead from, as, amongst other things, the radio systems aboard Lutzow have been one of the many casualties.
Critical engine damage!
The reason for the break-off of the renewed battlecruiser action was rapidly obvious to all sides, but even as the clash had looked like the German battleships were coming into play against the British battlecruisers, to quote Admiral Scheer,
"It was now obvious that we were confronted by a large portion of the English fleet. The entire arc stretching from north to east was a sea of fire. The flash from the muzzles of the gun was seen distinctly through the mist and smoke on the horizon, although the ships themselves were not distinguishable."
The mixture of low light, mist and drifting smoke, both from funnels and guns, had worked to completely obscure the entire Grand Fleet battle line from the Germans, right up until the moment that dozens of flashes, followed shortly by fountains of water and fire, began to erupt in the gloom. The High Seas Fleet is caught completely off guard, confronted with an opponent they were, up until this moment, convinced was still in port, or at least only just out of it. Speaking of being caught off guard, the cruiser HMS Galatia is still trying to find its place in the formation and is just sailing past HMS Agincourt when the battleship fires a full 14-gun broadside, stunning the command crew of the hapless cruiser and leaving them feeling as if their whole ship had been briefly lifted out of the water and dropped back in again. But the time for disbelief on all sides is quickly over as hits begin to register on the German ships. In particular, HMS Iron Duke with Jellicoe aboard not only is the first ship to spot the High Seas Fleet, but then lands 7 hits within a handful of salvos on the hapless SMS König. So long is the Grand Fleet's battle line that not all ships are able to open fire, not helped by Beatty trying to bring his battle cruisers to the head of the line and getting in various squadrons' way, but the concentration against the lead elements of Scheer's forces is still overwhelming, and the level of fire grows as the range closes and more British battleships are able to range on their targets. Scheer rapidly appraises a number of factors. 1. Only his vanguard are in a position to return fire, and even then, with only a limited number of their main battery guns. 2. Their ability to do so is going to rapidly degrade in the immediate future as they take more and more hits. 3. His ships still can't see much. If anything, the Grand Fleet outside of gun flashes and hazy outlines is still pretty much invisible. 4. It's a trap. 5.
It's a trap!
He has no idea what else could be out there. For example, if British doctrine was anything like his own, then even at this moment dozens of British destroyers might be swarming towards him, about to envelop his forces in a maelstrom of torpedoes. And the first thing he'd know about it is when things start exploding, well, even more than they already are now. Jellicoe's call has been about as close to perfect as it's possible to be in this kind of engagement. He has Scheer exactly where every admiral since the dawn of the line of battle has wanted their opponent to be. Scheer is faced with a terrible quandary. If he keeps going, his force is going to be picked apart squadron by squadron. If he turns to engage in broadside battle, he's simply outnumbered. The turning point would become a focus anyway and used to batter incoming ships, and his lead ships are already suffering. And even a conventional turn away to escape would see almost every ship under his command battered and broken before they managed to pull out of range. The German ships are nonetheless quick to recover from the surprise and begin returning fire as best they can. A midshipman aboard HMS Collingwood writes,
"Shots fell around us, and we were straddled more than once. One short shot ricocheted, swerving to starboard. The shell plainly the reddish.
And then someone steals the kill. Of course.
When I saw the shell flying towards us, I remarked to Midshipman Stoneham, that shell is going to hit a turret. It did not. It passed over the forecastle and fell into the sea close on our port side."
History avoided major change by a matter of only a few feet, for inside that turret was the future King George VI, then Prince Albert, and later to be father to Queen Elizabeth II. Difficult though the situation is, Scheer didn't get to be commander of the High Seas Fleet by writing in for a competition or winning it in a serial packet. He had in fact thought about this kind of problem beforehand and made preparations. And so he didn't need long to both realise what he had to do and how to do it. Within a couple of minutes of this phase of the battle being opened, he ordered his fleet to execute a Gefechtskehrtendung nach Steuerbord, or battle about to turn to starboard. Fortunately, the flags were slightly shorter than the German words.
Problem solved, sir.
This involved every ship simultaneously making a hard 180-degree turn, varying each ship's rudder angle and speed to keep station with its fellows, as ships of different classes had different performance characteristics when making this maneuver. This allowed the entire line to reverse course within minutes and maintain their line formation. It was a high-precision action that required the highest levels of skill and expertise from the ship's commanders and crews all along the High Seas Fleet battle line. But practice makes perfect, and a few minutes after the order was given, the High Seas Fleet faded back into the mists and darkness, away from the Grand Fleet's guns. Jellicoe is now faced with his own quandary. He could follow the High Seas Fleet and try to finish them off, but this would come with a number of risks. For a start, it would even the playing field when it came to visibility, and further, it would expose his ships to the possibility of waves of torpedoes that may have been fired to cover the High Seas Fleet's tracks. This latter problem was more of a concern. Retaining the cover of the mists was a major advantage, but even in an equal visibility scenario, Jellicoe had more ships and more and bigger guns, and so the torpedoes were the more proximate concern. His battleships were now sending reports in of torpedoes in the water and taking the necessary evasive action, and so as a result the Grand Fleet headed south in roughly the same direction as they'd been going previously, but not in a direct chase, keeping sheer to the west and also retaining the gunnery advantage of the light and mists. HMS Marlborough, in the rear division of the battle line, is hit by a torpedo, seeming to further reinforce the wisdom of Jellicoe's decision. In hindsight, the torpedo was probably from the crippled but still afloat SMS Wiesbaden, which was still defying everything in the vicinity, but this hit will gradually drop Marlborough's speed over the next few hours. But for now, she kept formation as the fleet slowed to a cruising speed, with the captain merely ordering that the guns be elevated higher to compensate for the list. Away to the west, Shear knew that full darkness was some time off, and he did not know if he was being pursued, and if so, how closely. With the 3 dreadnoughts of Rear Admiral Mauve's squadron slowing him down, if Jellicoe was closing in to finish him off, then there was nothing he could do to escape, except perhaps sacrifice the stragglers and hope that a Dogger Bank-style feeding frenzy developed. Or possibly, simply be somewhere else. Thus, he decided to head east. This was because a pursuing enemy would, at best, run past Shear's western flank with his ships hidden in the darkness, and if the pursuit was off by a few degrees and they still managed to spot the High Seas Fleet, it could fall further back east into the gathering night and make an escape for good. If the course of pursuit was off by a few degrees to the west, they'd miss the High Seas Fleet entirely.
Nom nom.
Now, if the enemy was significantly to the east already, Shear also viewed it to be better to force them to use their destroyers and torpedo boat payloads before nightfall, when the High Seas Fleet still had a chance to spot and dodge these weapons.
Den Deutsch.
In his own words at the time,
"If the enemy followed us, our action in reversing course would have been classed as a retreat, and if any of our rear ships were damaged, we would have to sacrifice them. Still, less was it feasible to disengage, leaving it to the enemy to decide when he would meet with us in the morning."
Unfortunately for Shear, Jellicoe wasn't following him, but was, as mentioned, heading south, which meant that Shear had managed to extract himself from the Grand Fleet crossing his T once, only to now unintentionally be driving his fleet headlong into exactly the same trap, with the British holding exactly the same advantages, only now Shear's own ships were damaged, and there was an even greater visibility.
Oh, dude, I gotta get to this fucking sub, man. I'm so sick of this destroyer.
Emphasizing just how spread out this battle had become, not only were the 4 main formations of the 2 fleets out there, so too were a number of crippled ships. HMS Warrior, HMS Warspite, SMS Wiesbaden, and the destroyer HMS Shark, to name but a few. The latter now caught up in her own small fight with 4 German torpedo boats. Despite the odds, she put up a heroic resistance, disabling SMS V-48 before SMS S-54 put a torpedo into her after about 5 minutes, sending the valiant Shark to the bottom. 2nd Light Cruiser Squadron is once again the first part of the fleet to notice the returning Germans, and commences evasive action whilst signalling that, well, the High Seas Fleet is back again, even as the shells begin to splash down around them, evoking memories of a few hours earlier. Shear finds himself in a familiar and unwelcome position. For the 2nd time that day, the horizon lights up in flames. This time it's the eastern one. And unlike the previous encounter, Jellicoe has
Chicago War's doing in Vauxhall
into a closer formation, as compared to the
Some
previous barely deployed arc. And the incoming fire rapidly begins to tell. Within the space of a couple of minutes, the 5 leading German battleships have all been hit, along with a number of other following vessels.
Enemy force detected.
The whole purpose of Scheer's turn east was to evade the Grand Fleet, not smash his damaged vanguard headlong into it once again. And so Scheer orders the about turn once more. But unlike the previous instance, he has some major problems. With hits sending fire and debris all over the place, the forward elements of the High Seas fleet are beginning to lose cohesion, and even though the turn will preserve most of the middle and rear divisions, it's going to leave half a dozen battleships under fire, 4 to 5 times their number of capital ships, as they lose speed in their turns, something that a number of German dreadnoughts are quite bad at doing. The 3rd Squadron, in the lead, along with 1st Scouting Group, is already getting badly hit. And so Scheer plays his last card. All destroyers and torpedo boats, 6 flotillas with over 200 torpedoes still aboard,
you download this?
are ordered forward for a torpedo assault, and any surviving operational battle
AK installed it as well, we were playing last night as well.
British to distract them from the
AK, JB. Exquisite tried to install it, but some weirdness happened apparently.
boats have already headed into the attack on their own.
So I don't know what's going on there.
Hipper is still stuck between ships and can only watch as the Iron Dog, Der Flinger, leads the 3 other operational German battle cruisers into a point.
We're almost at our sub.
4.5 to 1 odds, whilst the High Seas fleet pulls about behind them. Although the manoeuvre is much more disorganised this time, with some ships turning to port instead of starboard, others turning early, and still others finding themselves squeezed out of the line and forced to run parallel to their comrades until everything can be sorted out.
Right?
This set of manoeuvres will become known as the death ride of the German battle cruisers. A bold German strategy that actually works in their favour. So many British ships are firing at so few targets that working out whose shells belong to which ship becomes remarkably difficult, and the German ships are almost perpetually hidden in columns of water, smoke and spray, vastly reducing the odds of actually getting the range correct. Nonetheless, quantity does have a quality all of its own, and 37 large caliber hits tear into 3 of the 4 battle cruisers. For its trouble in leading the attack, 2 of Der Flinger's turrets
I sank your battleship.
In exchange, a pair of 11-inch shells from Seydlitz hits HMS Colossus, causing superficial damage, and further heavy damage is inflicted on the rest of the German battle cruisers. Even the by now heavily listing Marlborough scores a number of hits. As the German ships wheel about to make their own escape, this is covered by the follow-up assault by the destroyers and torpedo boats, rather diverting British attention. Iron Duke once again takes an incredibly accurate aim and casually obliterates SMS S-35, which was angling for a torpedo spread on the Grand Fleet flagship. But 31 torpedoes make it into the water, and in order to preserve the fleet, Jellicoe orders his ships to turn away from the incoming weapons again. In this, he is successful in avoiding damage, although a number of bemused sailors are able to watch the torpedoes motor on past them close enough to make out details of their construction, whilst the escorting British vessels also manage to bag SMS V-48. With the torpedo threat over, Jellicoe wheels the fleet about again, but the delay has cost what was left of the daylight and opened the range significantly. Scheer has once more slipped away into the night. Despite progressive flooding, Boyer Smith aboard Marlborough seemed content with matters.
Everything seemed splendid. We were doing a good 17 knots, list and all, with a boiler room on the point of flooding outright.
Sir, I need like 15k, something like that.
We were keeping our place in the line, and the Grand Fleet was still between them and home, and with a whole day before us this time. Make a job of it one way or the other.
8k.
The outlying elements of the 2 fleets exchange a few final salvos.
6.6.
The trailing, battered German
almost there. Oh my god.
By their pursuing British counterparts. A single hit
get out of this fucking destroyer
was compensated for with 8 further hits on the German ships, But just as it looks like the battered and slowed German battlecruisers have finally been run to the ground, out of the gathering gloom comes the pre-dreadnoughts of the High Seas Fleet's 2nd Squadron, which engage the British in a short but fierce gunnery duel. It's quite one-sided, the pre-dreadnoughts falling back under fire within minutes, but they've done their job, holding up the British chase just long enough for the German battlecruisers to gain cover in what is now definitely the night, as the sun had set at 2000 hours. Without knowing it, these ships have fired the last shots that will be exchanged by British and German capital ships until the Second World War. Jellicoe now has a big decision to make. He can steam on into the gloom of night in battle line formation. Visibility was poor during the day and it's terrible now, but from the last few encounters he does have a rough idea of where Scheer might be for the next half hour or so. But this risks exposing the Grand Fleet to a night action where the limited visibility will curtail his ability to use the full numerical advantage of the Grand Fleet, and will also conceal destroyers and cruisers making torpedo runs. Jellicoe also knows that the High Seas Fleet has spent a lot more time practicing for a night engagement than he has. Whilst filing away a mental note to change that, he resolves instead to angle the Grand Fleet to sail in the direction of where Scheer has to be going, home, in order to cut him off and force a renewed action at dawn, where the sun rising behind his ships will illuminate the Germans for his gunners whilst blinding Scheer's. The only issue is where to go. The approaches to the German coast are heavily mined, but the British know that there are 4 safe routes through. The one that both sides discount immediately was going around Denmark and into the Baltic, then coming back via the Kiel Canal. It was by far the longest route, and although it would break contact most cleanly with the British, there were a number of ships such as Seydlitz which would not likely survive the trip, and thus Scheer has completely disregarded this already. The 3 routes that involve heading south involve going via the Heligoland Bight, the North Frisian coast, or the Horns Reef. Scheer has also ruled out going via Heligoland Bight, as this requires entering the minefield to start well out to sea, and with only Dead Reckoning available, there's no way you can guarantee showing up at the entrance. The Germans had already lost enough ships to their own lines without running the whole High Seas Fleet into them. The next choice was to head for the Frisian coast.
That was a waste of time.
Double back behind a minefield into the Jade Estuary. This course diverged from the British route somewhat, but was still relatively close. The final option, the shortest, was south by southeast to the Horns Reef. It was the shortest route by at least 100 miles, but it would involve cutting back across the course of where Scheer now knows the Grand Fleet to be. With a sighting that put the High Seas Fleet on a west-southwest course, Jellicoe concluded that the Frisian coast was the most likely option. It matched the sighting of the High Seas Fleet, and it also matched Scheer's apparent desire to stay away from the Grand Fleet. In theory, if given enough warning, heading in this direction would also allow him to switch course to the Horns Reef, which should come if the Germans tried to break through his lines, as the destroyer and cruiser squadrons were distributed around the Grand Fleet for exactly this tripwire purpose. With the Grand Fleet enjoying both a cruising and maximum speed advantage, courtesy of Rear Admiral Merv's pre-dreadnoughts in the High Seas Fleet, he could still beat Scheer to either destination as long as he had enough timely information. Jellicoe orders the fleet into night formation. The battle line is replaced with 4 parallel columns that reduce the fleet's overall footprint, making it easier to form an escort cordon and reducing the chances of being found by German torpedo boats and destroyers.
Engine boost activated.
In the 3rd column, poor old Marlborough, flagship of the division, was gradually...
I'm giving it all she's got, Captain. I can't give it any more.
Sure, she could keep 17 knots, but the list was slowly increasing and her speed was slowly dropping. For the moment, she was keeping vaguely in contact, but it was looking more and more dicey as time went on.
And fair seas.
The remains of the battlecruiser fleet were stationed ahead and to starboard, which was the best location for them to head off the lead German ships if they were heading where Jellicoe thought they were.
How's it half health already?
Weirdly, this meant that within 10 minutes, unknown to anyone, the battlecruiser fleet actually became...
You keep saying we and our. I ain't seen you on this game, to be honest.
...was motoring along almost 8 miles directly behind them in the darkness. One cruiser squadron was placed at each compass point around the Grand Fleet, except to the west, where 2 were stationed to ensure that the battlecruiser fleet had enough support, with the destroyers
I thought so.
sent to follow the fleet to guard the back of the British formation, as well as keep the fire lanes ahead and to the sides clear should an engagement develop. Aboard the various ships, there is finally time for crews to be taking something of a break. Aboard HMS Barham, Midshipman Frampton noted,
"We were allowed to take it in turns to leave the turret and find what we could to eat. My dismay can be imagined when I saw the gun room, which of course I expected to
I've
find
still not been
the
detected. I want to keep it that way. 40 seconds for my torpedoes to reload.
both inside and out, and there was obviously no hope of getting anything to eat there.
That guy should technically be seeing me, but because of the smoke.
Blown
Here we go.
the contents out the pantry and stuck to the bulkhead. The wardroom was intact, and we were invited to take part in the feast, such as it was. Some tongue, biscuits, and a drink was about all. Bit revived.
I'm playing co-op right now, but there is PvP.
Poor Boyer Smith in Marlborough had to make do with a biscuit that he'd stashed in the turret before the action commenced, while Lieutenant Bryndon Malaya was slightly more fortunate.
I was very glad of a sandwich of bread and tinned salmon, which was served out. Nothing warm could be obtained as the gallery was out of action. The men managed to get some sleep during the night, but I was not so fortunate, as my perch was not very comfortable, and I hardly dared sleep, for it seemed so necessary to be absolutely ready.
The Germans, meanwhile, proceeded in line ahead, now changing course to just a fraction south of southwest, although the Westfalen seems to have had some trouble complying and meanders back and forth across nearby bearings for a little bit until it
That's not good.
itself out.
17 seconds before I can put it out.
In preparation for having to break past the Grand Fleet, Scheer had previously ordered Commodore Nicholson of SS Rostock, who was in charge of the
we're good.
License Fleet's destroyers, to prepare to attack the British forces.
Come on.
His first task was to actually find some, and then work out if they had any torpedoes. In so doing, he found SMS Reagan
19 more seconds before I can throw the torpedoes out. We're screwed.
Scouting groups destroyers. Between the two of them, they gathered together various destroyer formations, but a number of initial forays were spotted in the failing light and abandoned when the vessels came under fire. With their boilers
and we are... Come on, end the game! End the game!
Some of the
yes, I didn't sink.
by the High Seas Fleet's own battleships.
If that lasts 2 more seconds, I sink. Like, literally.
All of this meant that the destroyers were being slowed up, which in turn meant that they'd miss the Grand Fleet and run into the British destroyers and cruisers at the rear of the formation instead. Scheer realised that the somewhat bruised and battered pre-dreadnoughts of the 2nd Battle Squadron were leading the High Seas Fleet. Not exactly what he wanted if he was going to potentially run into Jellicoe for a 3rd time. Here, the first chance for a night action occurred as, whilst trying to follow Scheer's order to drop out of line and rejoin at the rear, SMS Hanover spotted a light ahead along with large vessels. This was in fact HMS Shannon of the 2nd Cruiser Squadron. Without that light in place, which should have been out, there was a good chance that the pre-dreadnoughts could have walked right into 2nd Cruiser Squadron and their torpedo and gunfire, and that would have most definitely alerted the Grand Fleet to yet another T-crossing opportunity. But with the light seen, the German fleet held back and gradually fell behind into a position where they would cut across the back of the Grand Fleet instead of running headlong into it. In another lucky mistake, 4th Scouting Group, assigned to the starboard bow fleet, ended up on the port bow quarter, thus also avoiding a course into the rear elements of the Grand Fleet's battleships. There was further confusion at the rear of the German lines. Scheer had ordered 1st Scouting Group to drop in behind the pre-dreadnoughts due to the damage that they'd taken, But Hipper had by now only just managed to find a new command, SMS Moltke, and missed the signals, instead trying to take his ships back into the lead. Lutzow was still afloat, but taking on water fast. Der Flinger was doing a good impression of an underwater Swiss cheese, and von der Tann was cleaning out her boilers from built-up soot and ash. And so only Moltke, and believe it or not, the battered Seydlitz, could actually manage to get to the front lines. Scheer repeated his orders as he noticed 2 of 1st Scouting Group's battle cruisers pass by, but by that point the 2 more seaworthy battle cruisers had reached the front line and would then have to make their own way forwards. SMS Frankfurt and SMS Pillau spot the 16 ships of 11th Destroyer Flotilla, although at first they think that it's actually 5 cruisers. Either way, torpedoes are fired off into the night, but shortly after firing them, the Germans recognize the destroyers for what they are, and they decide that bringing 16...
Yeah, Marvin told me he had some weird
is not such a good
accounting. I didn't have that at all, dude. I just logged in. To be fair, I did change my password because I couldn't remember what it was.
Station rear of the British battleships, and so, completely unaware of what's going on, doubles back
oh
to
shit
the station, thus inadvertently causing all the torpedoes to go wide. 10 minutes later, the formation of German destroyers spots 4th Destroyer Flotilla and once again launches a
like that one
with torpedoes, only to once again see the British do a smart about face to assume escort positions, and so yet again the torpedoes go wide.
Problem solved, sir.
Although Jellicoe
please turn these fucking guns already.
His approximation of the German course and speed right, just in case.
Turn the goddamn guns!
HMS Abdiel is sent to lay her mines off of the Horns Reef approach. As the bedraggled elements of the high sea speed begin to cross the weight of the ground,
that was right in time because I
many sporadic encounters breaks out.
Oh damn.
The light cruiser squadron's flagship, HMS Southampton, spots.
I find it weird because, like I said, I didn't have any issue whatsoever.
After some back and forth, with
I don't know if I have a NA account though.
Both sides open fire.
I don't think I do.
With most German ships of 4th Scouting Group gunning for HMS Southampton, whilst one takes aim at...
Well, and now I don't because it doesn't exist no more. Right?
HMS Nottingham and HMS Birmingham have no lights running and thus remain unseen. Southampton takes a withering barrage, but manages to get a torpedo off, which deals a fatal blow to SMS Frauenlob.
Yeah, me neither, as far as I know.
5 of her 330-man crew to the bottom, the action breaking off almost as quickly as it began. Southampton's torpedo lieutenant relates the action.
At about 10:15 p.m.
No, bro, I did none of that shit. I logged right in.
Yards distant, a line of 5
thankfully
ships steering in the same direction as ourselves. We intersected them carefully from the bridge, and the officers in the aft
I would not have been happy otherwise.
also observed and reported their presence to us. The next few minutes were full of suspense, the newcomers being as unwilling to disclose their identity as we were. Meanwhile, the cautionary order were passed to the guns and the searchlights, and I have the order to flood the
I'm almost at the sub though. That'd be nice.
Then the 2 squadrons almost simultaneously decided the other
I know, right? We've been talking about that shit all morning.
on 2 groups of lights and opened fire.
Fucking Russian.
At least 3 ships very speedily concentrating on Southampton, which, with searchlights burning, made an excellent target. The others finding and engaging Dublin.
Doing good though. I got 6 days of premium, and I have no idea how I got them.
With the result that they remained undiscovered and were
I think it's because of the community thing.
onto the enemy at almost point-blank range. On the bridge, the full glare of the searchlights of the leading enemy ship was on us, and we could see nothing. But I had already received enough of an impression of the general direction of enemy advance for the purpose of torpedo fire, so I passed down the order to the torpedo flat and waited impatiently.
What are you up to today, Exquisite?
When it came
because AK said he wanted to play after his work tonight. I feel like we should
the Commodore came over to my
maybe do some
side
logi on Foxhole and get like some shit together so we can.
I began to look round. It was impossible to distinguish the firing of our own guns from the noise of the bursting shells.
Well, actually, it was 2 times 3 days. But yeah, it's like
caused by overs.
referral. It's a community thing. You get like community points for fighting together. That's why I call it community thing. Oh yeah, that's what I meant.
Struck by shells, only a confused uproar. I did not find out the true affairs of states on deck until it was all over. I observed that a fire had been started on board somewhere aft, which was hidden by another which shot up just abaft the bridge, moved nearly to the foretop. Our firing
Also, fucking Marvin showed me the Star Trek shit, dude, and now I want it, but I don't think it's available anymore. Fucking bullshit, bro. FOMO nonsense.
Having seen the 3 ships blow up earlier in the day,
They look fucking badass, dude.
before we made the 4th, and what
It even changes the fucking fighter planes to like shuttle pods. Like, bro. Oh my god.
the searchlights from the leading enemy ship went out and she sheared off the starboard. She had been
I didn't.
torpedoed.
I've got 200 HP left.
at the time.
Fuck off.
Problem solved, sir.
11th Destroyer Flotilla is spotted again by 4th Scouting Group, along with Elbing and Rostock. This time, the approach is different.
Lol.
During the earlier encounters, the British challenge signal, issued by Searchlight at night, had been observed.
God, it kinda sucks, man.
Using this, the
Like,
Germans
AK installed it
may
as well.
pretend to be an approaching Royal Navy
AK Jamie was playing it.
until they get to about a mile away.
Dodo seems hype, but I'm not sure if he's gonna play.
The Destroyer Flotilla is taken under
I don't know.
fire.
I don't know.
Torpedoes are soon in the water,
That man is an enigma
and
wrapped up in a
surprisingly,
mystery.
the action breaks off as both
Or the other way
sides
around,
withdraw.
whatever you prefer.
HMS Castor being hit repeatedly, whilst some hits were scored on SMS Hamburg. Elbing has a lucky escape, for now, as a deep-running torpedo is spotted passing right underneath the ship. 11th Destroyer Flotilla reports the contact to Jellicoe, but lists the enemies as light forces, i.e. torpedo boats, which is pretty much what Jellicoe was expecting. Jellicoe receives a Room 40 report from the Admiralty, which indicates that, based on a German signal from just after 2100, the High Seas Fleet is headed for Horns Reef. Unfortunately, Jellicoe is highly skeptical and disregards it, which is another huge missed opportunity. But from his perspective at the time, there's actually good reason for this action. That morning, he'd been told by the Admiralty that the High Seas Fleet was still in port. And that had been a result of failures on the part of Admiralty officers not actually asking Room 40 the right questions, but Jellicoe, of course, didn't
What's up,
know
Joe?
that. He'd also received another signal half an hour previously that gave a completely different and obviously wrong
Have you
position.
tried turning it off and on?
Specifically, it suggested that the High Seas Fleet was somehow south of the Grand Fleet, which Jellicoe knew for a fact was wrong, since all the sighting reports from his own ships were coming from the north.
I was gonna Google something,
and
and I
the
can't remember.
signal's reported position would have required the High Seas Fleet to have uniformly been capable of well over 30 knots. A number of other signals had been intercepted by Room 40, which would have confirmed the report that he'd just received, but the Admiralty had, unforgivably, left a junior officer on duty who had little idea what he was looking at, and so these other signals were not forwarded to Jellicoe. These included a request from Scheer for Zeppelin reconnaissance in the morning over Horns Reef. If they had been, then at least the weight of similar sounding reports might have led Jellicoe to changing course, and perhaps changing history. It wasn't just inconsistent Admiralty signals that played into this decision. There were also sighting reports from the Grand Fleet and Battlecruiser Fleet that seemed to go against this, as well as other Admiralty signals that seemed to have been borne out. For example, just before 2200, Jellicoe had received an intercepted signal detailing Scheer's instructions for a nighttime torpedo boat attack, which seemed to coincide with the reports that were reaching him from his own forces, such as 11th Destroyer Flotilla's
Yeah, 2FA.
torpedo boats attack.
I had to. They sent. They
know
mobiled me a
11th
code when I
was
changed
wrong,
my password.
But Jellicoe didn't know that. Additionally, his own cruisers had reported seeing German capital
Mine was
ships
already
heading
added, so I don't know if that was like
southwest.
mandatory.
This was technically correct, but practically wrong. The ships they'd seen were indeed heading southwest, but they were only doing this briefly as they turned to head to the rear of the German line. But the sighting, which had only briefly spotted the German ships, thus gave a mistaken idea that this was where all German capital ships must have been going. In any case, after Jellicoe received the signal claiming that the High Seas Fleet was heading for the Horns Reef, Room 40 was also in receipt of the following.
It never asked that for me. I don't even know if I have an NA account. Probably not then, right?
2. A message from Scheer ordering torpedo boats to assemble at 0200 at Horns Reef, or to take another course home if they couldn't make that rendezvous. And 3. As the night wore on, Further reports from Scheer as to his course and position sent at 2306, 2330, 2336, 0043 and 0103, each of them decoded within about half an hour of Scheer's sending them. None of these signals were passed on to the Grand Fleet. Conversely, some of the few British signals from the Grand Fleet were picked up by the Germans, which allowed Scheer to understand that clashes with British destroyers meant that he was passing behind, instead of in front of, the Grand Fleet. But whilst we're on the subject of Scheer's intentions to get home, let's learn a little bit more about that Zeppelin reconnaissance he'd asked for.
Unlike the British, the Germans decided to field Zeppelins in order to help the Kaiserliche Marine locate the enemy. While larger, sluggish and a bigger target, Zeppelins had advantages over aircraft. They had greater range, more crew to assist with spotting, able to bear more equipment, and fuel autonomy. Zeppelins were also greatly favored by the German Navy over conventional aircraft, with officers...
Surprise, motherfucker!
It's
a pretty cool fucking...
The Germans deployed 5 Zeppelins on the 31st of May to find the British fleet, and seem to have come close to doing so, albeit a little bit too late.
Cool ship, too bad it must die.
On the night of the 1st of June, between 3:15 and 3:45 a.m., multiple British ships reported hearing engine sounds. The Zeppelins were close, but the night, and later the same poor visibility that had forced the Rockland on the British side to stay low, prevented the Germans from getting eyes on the German Navy. The British of course did not notice, and Jellicoe seems to have assumed that perhaps the Germans had indeed spotted his fleet. Yet the Zeppelins were unable to play much of a part in the battle or assist the Kaiserliche Marine. The airships returned to their mooring stations. On the 1st of June 1916, at dawn, one airship, L-11,
in before a Russian drone,
was sent out again. This time it was able to spot the British fleet, taking some pot shots as a reward, but slipping away without any damage. By this point, the battle was over. Seeing no damaged stragglers that could be picked off by the German Navy, L-11 retired, playing no further part in a battle that was already long over.
Fourth Destroyer Flotilla was the westernmost unit guarding the rear of the Grand Fleet, and was made up of 2 flotilla leaders, HMS Tipperary and HMS Broke, and a balance of Acasta-class destroyers. HMS Garland, fourth in line, reported unknown ships approaching. These were duly challenged, but the response from 600 yards away was simply a hail of gunfire. It was actually 4th Scouting Group again, this time just ahead of the leading High Seas Fleet battleships, and at almost the same time, SMS Westfalen and SMS Nassau also opened up with their secondary batteries. Recognizing themselves as hopelessly outgunned, the leading 6 destroyers fired torpedoes and turned away.
Right on the get.
This was another golden moment, as the rest of the flotilla was still fully loaded. But even at this almost point-blank distance, in the darkness, many of them were unsure if this was actually enemy forces or a bad case of friendly fire, and so none of the other destroyers launched torpedoes, and those that had fired had only fired 1 or 2 each to preserve their loads in case of future action. Still, SMS Elbing's luck now well and truly ran out. She was hit by one of the torpedoes and slewed around, losing speed, only to be promptly rammed by the oncoming SMS Posen, which sealed her fate. In exchange, the flotilla leader Tipperary was aflame and disabled. HMS Spitfire, next in line, decided to move to assist, but now SMS Nassau loomed up out of the gloom, aiming to ram the British destroyer. Spitfire took last-minute evasive action, prompting Nassau to try and blast it from the water with its main battery, but the range was so close that the 11-inch guns could not press far enough, and they only blew part of the mast and funnel overboard, as well as doing some serious redecoration of the superstructure. The 2 ships then hit each other, almost head-on,
sank your battleship.
Spitfire scraping down the side of the much larger German ship, her own hull crumpling, but also ripping open the side of Nassau. As the 2 ships parted, a 20
yeah, especially not because you're like at tier 8 and stuff. What the fuck? It's ridiculous.
Spitfire's forecastle. With engine power still available, the rather bedraggled Spitfire limped away towards home,
finally,
with her prize firmly on deck. HMS Broke now took over command from Tipperary, but did not report the encounter to Jellicoe. Another missed chance. But 25 minutes after the first gunfire, they had more ships to worry about as Westfalen appeared and opened fire at less than a ship's length distance. Broke
oh shit, it's phase 2, that's 7 days. Fuck. Fuck's sake.
Fire of her own torpedoes, and the crippled ship swerved out of line and hit HMS Sparrowhawk, which was trying to line up its own torpedo shot. The captain of Sparrowhawk,
so that's one more
saw
mission.
the collision coming, shouted a warning, and then was knocked off his feet and into unconsciousness by the impact, coming to a few minutes later and finding that he'd been forcibly transferred to the deck of Broke. As the officers tried to figure out which ship was worse off and thus whose crew should evacuate to the other ship, HMS Contest rolled up behind them and took a bit out of Sparrowhawk's stern before proceeding on her own way with a sheepish apology. After some time, the two ships were able to separate, Broke missing her bow, slowly meandering back home over the next few days, whilst Sparrowhawk could only go in circles. As they went round and round through the night, they spotted the abandoned and drifting SMS Elbing come past and sink, before Sparrowhawk was eventually taken in tow, but then deliberately sunk the following day due to increased flooding as the seas built. HMS Achates took command of what was left of 4th Destroyer Flotilla, but still made no report to Jellicoe. Next in line was 13th Destroyer Flotilla, made up of the light cruiser HMS Champion and a number of M-class destroyers, minus a few that had been lost or damaged earlier in the day, but plus HMS Termagant and HMS Turbulent from the 10th Flotilla. Champion spotted the fighting 4th Destroyer Flotilla was stuck in and tried to head for a better view, but forgot to tell the rest of the ships in formation, who were all travelling without lights and following the next ship in line. Thus, only the first two following destroyers actually realised what was going on and followed Champion. But the next squadrons further
U-69
Champions and likewise moved themselves. This opened up a gap for the High Seas Fleet to pass through, and once again, both the observed fighting and the repositioning of ships were not reported to Jellicoe. Moltke and Seydlitz were making their own way home. Seydlitz because she was so badly damaged that with progressive flooding she was beginning to fall behind, and Moltke because she'd gotten lost. She'd already almost run into 2nd Battle Squadron, although HMS Thunderer had both not fired on her nor reported the sighting. She tried to break through twice more, both times almost running into the Grand Fleet,
nice.
And so after an exchange of messages,
use my URL.
she ordered Moltke to proceed at speed south and loop around the front of the British forces, which she would eventually manage to do. The last action of the 31st of May was once again characterised by a failure to act or to report. Seydlitz
you have to start from level 1 as well, right?
And was seen by Marlborough, Agincourt and Revenge. The first two did nothing, and Revenge challenged the stranger, got an incorrect response, but then chose to do nothing about it. Two light cruisers pretty much did the same, and so the shattered battle
Alright, we'll have to see which line I want to go down in.
Passed on her way to safety. HMS Black Prince, a survivor of Admiral Arbuthnot's ill-advised charge earlier in the battle, has become lost. Seeing a line of battleships, she tries to join up again, only to find she's actually sailing alongside the High Seas Fleet, which opens up a massive cannonade at point-blank range that sees the ship suffer the same fate as HMS Defence, blown up with all hands lost. The German ships now start passing through a line of destroyers made up of a couple of combined flotillas and some from 13th Destroyer Flotilla who'd gotten lost after being left behind and joined up with the first British unit they found. SMS Westfalen again featured, running HMS Turbulent down as the destroyers once again did not report the sightings. Thanks to the damage inflicted earlier on HMS Marlborough, her past 1st Battle Squadron had fallen back, and 12th Destroyer Flotilla had likewise dropped back to stay at escort. Thus, instead of having the German ships run through them, the 15 destroyers instead see ships passing ahead of them. They fail to respond to challenges properly, and the flotilla under Captain Stirling begins an attack in the pre-dawn darkness. The High Seas Fleet responds with a heavy barrage that drives back almost 2/3 of the attackers.
You just know it's gonna be jank as fuck.
Manage to get into torpedo range before having to turn about. Minutes later, SMS Pommern is hit. Aboard HMS Obedient, an officer records,
Pommern.
Right on the ship in the
Pommern.
appeared a
That's
dull
funny.
red ball of fire. It spread fore and aft and flared up the mast in big red tongues of flame, uniting in a black cloud of smoke and sparks. Then one saw the ends of the ship come up as though her back was broken before the mist shut her out of view.
For a change, the lead officer does attempt to alert Jellicoe, but Stirling's efforts are frustrated by either damage to his own radio aerials or possibly German jamming, and 3 reports all fail to get through. This is the last encounter where there is still time for the Grand Fleet to hook around and block the High Seas Fleet, but it too is an opportunity missed, although this time not for lack of trying. Elsewhere in the darkness,
It really pisses me off how fast the submarines go in this game, dude. It's so unrealistic.
With the torpedo flat flooded, the bow has sunk so far down that the propellers at the other end have emerged from the water, and she's lost practically all speed. A number of destroyers take off the crew, and she is torpedoed to hasten the end. The leading ships of 13th Destroyer Flotilla have regrouped and headed south. 10 minutes later, they spot the last few German ships, but again fail to report it and break away instead of engaging, with the exception of the tail-end vessel.
How many people do you think, like, serious question, how many people do you think look at that footage and think, why would you put a filter on it? That just popped up in my head. I don't know why, but it's an interesting thought. Because I think the number is way higher than we think.
HMS Moresby, which fires a torpedo before following the rest of the flotilla into the eastern darkness. One of the last 4 ships in the German line, SMS von der Tann, spots the torpedo and has to make an emergency turn to starboard to avoid it, and even then only just manages it. As you might imagine, all of this caused a semi-constant rolling cannonade punctuated by explosions to the north of the main Grand Fleet throughout the night. But many dismissed it as actions between opposing destroyer flotillas. After all, if it was the German fleet, then surely the squadron commanders in the rear units would tell Jellicoe what was happening and, well, be asking for help. Meanwhile, those squadron leaders assumed that, for some reason, Jellicoe had X-ray vision and could see what they could see, and so radio signals or signal guns were a completely unnecessary risk. Since obviously if Jellicoe wanted them to fire, then surely he would fire himself. As a result, various parts of the Grand Fleet watched as one German unit after another sailed quietly past at ranges where any actual gunfire would almost certainly have resulted in the German ship's destruction. Aboard the German fleet, it's estimated that they've managed to sink another battle cruiser and damage several more, as well as the various smaller craft. The sheer size of some of the more regular armoured cruisers, coupled with incomplete information regarding which ships were actually part of the Grand Fleet, further exacerbates this reporting issue. Post-war, finding out just how close to the Grand Fleet they came, Scheer can't believe he got away with it, any more than any other historians do, finding himself at a loss to explain how or why the various British units he just ploughed straight through, or was observed by, had never told Jellicoe what was happening.
Critical engine damage. Problem solved, sir.
By means of further signals, intercepts and reports finally filtering through to the fleet, Jellicoe now learns where Scheer is. But it's too far to the northeast now for the Grand Fleet to intercept the High Seas Fleet before it reaches Walls Reef.
Good thing my rudder got jammed. Yeah, I did that already.
Eastern side of the Grand Fleet, Scheer has a clear run to head for the.
They make it annoying because it like lights up. I hate that shit.
But now, SMS Ostfriesland hits a mine. Luckily, after a few minutes, she's able to get underway again. A battered high seas fleet begins to make its way into port. Sailors, badly damaged and low in the water, grounds trying to cross the shallow bar that lies outside Safe Harbour. After some emergency lightning procedures and pumping assistance from tugs and a tow, she eventually makes it over at high tide, limping into her berth at 07:30 the next day, the 2nd of June, where she promptly sinks the last few feet to the sea floor. Far away to the northwest, the Grand Fleet and what's left of the battlecruiser fleet are likewise heading for home, preceded by the damaged ships detached earlier the previous day, Marlborough, Warspite, Spitfire and others. The Battle of Jutland is over. So the guns had fallen silent, the ships were back in port, the Battle of Jutland was done, but who had won? What would the outcomes be longer term, and what lessons had been learned? Tune in next week for part 3 to find out.
That's it for this video. Thanks for watching. If you have a comment or suggestion for a ship to review, let us know in the comments below. Don't forget to comment on the pinned post for dry dock questions.
Wait. Russian ships suck.
So last week I clicked on the first video on my series on the Russian Navy, and well, to be honest, I couldn't.
Notice it says parts 1 to 6 and it's 2 hours long.
I am very sorry I put you all through that absolute horror show that looks like it was made on a potato and sounds like I'm sitting neck deep in a human-sized jar of Vegemite. So without further ado, and given the fact that my new PC has finally arrived and I can put this up in 4K, I present to you Voyage of the 2nd Pacific Squadron, the Voyage of the Damned, with some new bits, but most importantly, new audio. I wanted to celebrate getting close to 50k and really sort of hitting that milestone that I originally set out to hit when I first started, so thank you all. I will put this out as soon as I have it finished, and well, all I can say is, and then it got worse. Boats. They're kinda cool. They do cool things and they allow countries to be big boys on the world stage. But Russia, they never really got the whole Navy thing down well, with a few exceptions. From there, it's, well, a litany of utter incompetence, disaster, and misery. Right up through the Russian Imperial Navy, the Soviet Navy, and to the modern Russian Navy, which you can draw parallels between all three services as they are built off the same bricks. So hold on to your hats, get a drink, sit down, because as you all know, and as the saying goes when it comes to Russian naval history, and then it got worse.
The game? Well, it's co-op, they go quick. That's why I'm in co-op. I'm just trying to get to the submarine. And I'll play the submarine in co-op to understand how the fuck that thing works, because I have no clue. Then we'll go online. Oh, we're online.
Imagine if
PvP.
you will, your countrymen have been attacked. They are under siege in the far-off Port Arthur, and only you, in Europe, can sail to their rescue. The brave Variag fought valiantly, ambushed by a superior force, and has been lost. But you must get there quickly, because without your help, it is all going to go wrong. This is the exact position that the Russian Baltic Fleet found itself in during the Russo-Japanese War in October 1904. The Tsar had sent Admiral Makarov, a very capable officer and quite possibly the best admiral Russia had ever produced, to the Far East, and he began to turn things around very, very quickly. However, he was decapitated when the Petropavlovsk hit a mine. A bit morbid. Enter stage right Admiral
5:15? That's next month. What?
His nickname Mad Dog. A man who I feel so sorry for that I want to give him a hug at about 73 pints of vodka. Under Roshesvensky's command, a large fleet was accumulated in St. Petersburg and the surrounding naval bases for a voyage to the Far East with the intention of smashing the Japanese fleet, pushing into Port Arthur, and winning the war with a resounding Ruhu, Russia numero uno. This was going to be about as clear and decisive a victory as the Imperial Russian Navy's...
Well, he's got a VPN, right? Just try the VPN.
...its campaign in the Black
Same
Sea
diff.
against Ukraine. But ignoring that, Russian ships at the time had a short range. They were mostly built to French designs, the battleships at least. There were some native designs as well and also built in US yards, but the battleships, the core of them being the Borodino class, were built to French tumble-home designs at the time. Suffice it to say, they're not the most buoyant. Russia also had no refueling ports between Europe and Asia, the Asian port itself being, Port Arthur, the one that's under siege. Russian ships were all designed for Russian waters. Shocking, I know. Cold places. But that wasn't important. It was time to smack Japan silly and win the war. The greatest thing that the Russian Navy had going for it was Admiral Rozhestvensky, and the fact that he wasn't corrupt, which is somewhat an ingrained tradition in the Russian naval command structure. And he was actually competent. This again is somewhat of a rarity in Russian naval command structures. Totally wild. A Russian commander who isn't incompetent, say it ain't so. And Admiral Rozhestvensky would also beat senseless, yes with his fist, anyone who severely annoyed him or mildly ticked him off. And so, on the 15th of October 1904, 45 Russian ships with chartered freighters following them set sail for the Far East. Well, west. They had to go west first to go east. It's a whole thing, don't worry, look at that. However, before the ships even left, the new battleship Orel, Eagle, had a worker remove a panel in its hull and go home for the night. Ignoring the fact that boats do in fact need to be watertight, the ship promptly sank at its mooring. Just for fun too, there was a second ship in the squadron also called Orel.
Hopefully.
Reasons. So the fleet set sail. A fleet including ironclads, modern pre-dreadnoughts, an aristocratic yacht with a gun bolted to it, a hospital ship, an icebreaker, which is going to the tropics, okay, and a smattering of new and newish cruisers, including the very sexy Aurora, which I will take any chance I can to show off on this channel. Oh, and by the way, these crews were mostly conscripts from Central Russia.
Yeah, I didn't get that. I wasn't taking water in though. Was I?
And most had never even seen the sea.
I don't think I was flooding.
And they were commanded by captains who would like to anchor their ships behind cruisers so they could leave and go and get drunk for the night without Rozhestvensky noticing.
It's in the wrong button.
These ships were provided with enough ammunition for a major battle with a little extra. So gunnery practice, not necessary and not expected. The ships left harbour, or some of them. The flagship immediately ran aground and a cruiser lost an anchor, no idea how, and a destroyer rammed a battleship, but the ships finally left harbour. And then as the fleet was beginning to pass Denmark, a crisis happened. Random sailors began to start screaming that they were all doomed because Japanese torpedo boats were waiting near Sweden to kill them all. Geography not being a Russian strong suit even to this day. And so the fleet then began accidentally ramming Danish coal ships, trying to refuel them. And another ship had a lifeboat fall off. It just fell off. The icebreaker then proceeded to be handled.
Yeah, I don't know what to say, bro. I'm gonna be honest. I would go nuts myself. You know me.
We have not passed Jutland in Denmark yet.
I would also
Now,
not
some people
be
try and
happy.
defend this insanity by pointing out that the ships of the Imperial Japanese Navy at the time were all largely built in Britain. This is true. However, I challenge you in secret to crash build a fleet of torpedo boats and ship crews from Japan to Britain to man them in 1905 before the 2nd Pacific Squadron has sailed, which it sailed on, essentially crash sailing through an emergency. It's not exactly going to work. Admiral Rozhestvensky would then try and calm everyone down by giving the simple order that no vessel should be allowed to get in amongst the fleet. This order went out just as a fishing vessel carrying messages from the Tsar arrived to tell Rozhestvensky that he had been promoted. None of the warships, who the majority of which started shooting at said fishing boat, came close to hitting it, and the fishing boat's captain, reportedly, wasn't aware he was being shot at. The repair ship Kamchatka proceeded to say she was being attacked on all sides by 8 torpedo boats. Nobody else saw them. Kamchatka proceeded to say, oh, they went away because we turned. Because famously, small boats stop attacking you if you turn away. Maybe the Black Sea Fleet should try that. More on Kamchatka later. The fleet began to close in on Dogger Bank, and then it finally happened. Torpedo boats. The fleet immediately turned to fire, all guns blazing, shells raining from the heavens with multiple ships reporting that they had been torpedoed, and their crewmen laying on the deck preparing for the ships to sink. Crewmen ran around the decks, fighting off boarders, firing pistols and swinging their swords. The battleships at last damaged 4 of their targets, and they even sank one. Victory was finally at hand. At last, the Variag and the defeats in the east would be finally avenged. However, 2 of the damaged targets were the Aurora and the Dmitry Donskoy, decidedly not Japanese, and the rest were British trawlers from Hull. Many of the ships had fired off all their ammunition and hit nothing. The British public was so annoyed that they wanted a war because they could not believe someone could be so monumentally stupid and pig-headed, and that this was in fact an accident. The entire Royal Navy in Europe was on standby, and they outnumbered the Russians at least 4-1, with Admiral Beresford commenting that he would only use 4 battleships to sink the Russian fleet based on the caliber of their gunnery, as any more would be simply unfair. Admiral Rozhestvensky decided that it was maybe time to leave European waters, but he did dock first and ditch as many horribly useless officers as possible, including a particular captain who he wanted to beat senseless on the bridge of his flagship a couple days earlier. He went back to St. Petersburg to get reinforcements. The The fleet then split, with the older ships going through the Mediterranean via the Suez Canal, and the newest and fastest Russian ships going around the Cape, both fleets then meeting in Madagascar. The Kamchatka now appeared saying she had been attacked constantly and fired 300 shells against 3 Japanese ships. These Japanese ships included a Swedish merchantman, a French merchantman, and a German trawler. She didn't hit anything. Oh, and as the fleet left Tangier, a ship broke the underwater telegraph cable with a tank up.
Ah, this game is such cancer.
Tangier could now no longer talk to its ruling colonial capital city. Given the Kamchatka had done her level best to start a war with 3 out of the 4 largest naval powers on Earth, the United States being the only one that wasn't included, Rossosvensky now decided the Kamchatka best stay close to the flagship, so he could periodically scream at it and throw his binoculars at it. To avoid constant refueling, the Russian ships would store coal quite literally everywhere, including crew quarters, corridors. Pretty much if you've got an empty pillowcase, you're putting coal on it. And therefore, the ships would be turned into fuel-air bombs. And remember how the ships were designed for the cold. Believe it or not, it's quite hot in Africa. And crewmen would then start dying from the coal dust that was literally everywhere, including inside their lungs. A storm suddenly hit the fleet, and out of nowhere, Kamchatka said alarmingly, "Do you see torpedo boats?" Near Africa. At about this point, Admiral Rossosvensky began to develop nicknames for ships and captains who particularly pissed him off. Some highlights include the slutty old geezer, the brainless nihilist, also known as Twitter, and other colourful ones, including the lecherous slut, aka the artist, formerly known as Kamchatka. When a ship particularly annoyed Rossosvensky, he put it in the naughty corner, aka he just put it behind the flagship, and proceeded to use a yielding microphone to scream at the ship while throwing binoculars at them. His staff had thankfully bought 50 pairs, and it is said to this day you can track the progress of the fleet across the bottom of the ocean by finding binoculars. That is a joke. Someone will take that literally, that's a joke. As Rossosvensky's squadron grounded Cape Town, he found that the captain, who he had managed to piss off back to St. Petersburg, was coming with reinforcements in the form of the 3rd Pacific Squadron, which was entirely comprised of ships known as the Sink by Themselves Squadron. Rossosvensky proceeded to refuse to tell anyone where he was, so that they would not be able to rendezvous or find him in the slightest. The admiral in charge of the 3rd Pacific Squadron therefore received the following order. You are to rendezvous with Admiral Rossosvensky, whose route is currently unknown to us. Right about now, the ships were passing South Africa, and the British commander in Durban warned the Russians, just in case they got a little scared, that British fishing boats were out and about. Just to avoid them being scared senseless. The news filtered through as the ships arrived in Madagascar that Port Arthur had surrendered and the Russian ships there had been sunk. This was a tremendous blow to morale. But now, it's quiz time. Will the Russian fleet in Madagascar do the following? A. Wait patiently. B. Relax their crews and train a bit. C. Start a floating zoo, including having poisonous snakes attacking the crew, a crocodile on board, and a collection of monkeys while also doing exercises and accidentally shooting the Aurora during a funeral for a dead crew member. If you got C, you win a bicky. Somebody sent Admiral Rossosvensky a parrot at this point, and the parrot proceeded to learn every single swear word in the Russian language, while the flagship itself was overrun with chameleons. I suppose at least you wouldn't be able to see them, so if you pretend really hard, the problem just sort of goes away. The poor Aurora became so full of creatures that the crew was refusing to sleep due to the fear of becoming food. At about this point, the fleet's cold storage broke down, and hundreds of tons of rotting meat was thrown overboard. This therefore added the aquarium to the floating circus sitting in the harbour, as it attracted all manner of sharks and other sea creatures. Admiral Rossosvensky would get very, very sick around now, and his chief of staff would proceed to have a brain hemorrhage. Stress definitely not being a factor, and as the old saying goes, their injuries were definitely not service-related. So the ship stayed at harbour, and every single STD known to humanity became commonplace amongst the fleet. But don't worry, it got a lot worse, as religious zealotry, mental breakdowns, and revolutionary talk became commonplace throughout the fleet. One crew member proceeded to start walking around the decks naked, asking everyone if they feared death in his best.
I'd lose my mind to this. I'm not gonna lie.
Tentacles. Rossosvensky would recover. Somehow, mentally he's probably gone at this point. But he discovered that many of his officers were absolutely off their faces on opium and other hard drugs, Madagascar being the core of this trade at the time. It is unknown whether this addiction improved their performance or not, the bar being, in fact, incredibly low. Finally, a supply ship arrived with ammunition, And never mind its 12,000 winter boots and coats. In Madagascar, Lemurs were starting to get a little out of hand at this point on Aurora, who somehow undertook a competent boat race with her lifeboats. Aurora in general is an example of competency during this fleet, and honestly it did not deserve this shit. What Aurora goes through makes me understand why it started the bloody revolution. More friendly fire later, including a nearly torpedoing of the destroyer and a signal from Kamchatka saying, "Oh no, I'm sinking," probably making everyone happy, and finally the fleet would leave port.
Critical engine damage.
The ships then met with the Admiral Gorchkachev, excitedly ready for letters from home. The crew then discovered that the letters that they had sent from Madagascar aboard the freighter were still there. The freighter having gotten lost, sailing in a big circle, and then coming back. Sadly, the inevitable happened on the 11th of November 1905. The 3rd Pacific Squadron found Rossosvensky near Vietnam. And oh boy, they were even more useless. Rossosvensky was completely at his wits' end at this point. He wanted to resign, he begged to resign, he was completely done, and the Tsar promptly said no. To the Tsar's credit, this was a doomed endeavour, and Rossosvensky was quite literally the one chance they had of even surviving, so I understand why he said no.
Enemy submarine sunk.
The ships then sailed north together for battle with the Japanese, and promptly were absolutely slaughtered. 5,045 dead, 803 injured, 6,016 captured, 6 battleships sunk, 1 coastal battleship sunk, 14 other ships sunk, 2 battleships captured, 2 coastal battleships captured, 1 destroyer captured, 6 ships disarmed, and much more damage throughout the fleet. Some ships would escape, taking shelter in the Philippines, controlled by the United States at the time, and some of these captured ships and sunk ships would actually be put back into Japanese service throughout the First World War. The Variag that I mentioned earlier ended back up in Japanese service, and then it was actually sold back to the Russians, quite interestingly, but never made it back due to the revolution. To their credit, some ships would fight incredibly hard, and they put up such a stiff resistance against almost unbeatable odds that, as I mentioned, they were able to get away. But the reality was that any hope of victory was so far gone it's not even funny. In 1906, Rossosvensky faced a court-martial for the disaster, along with each of his surviving battleship commanders. Some of these commanders were sentenced to prison, and some to a firing spree, either losing the battle or surrendering on the high seas to the Japanese. Rossosvensky, wounded and rendered unconscious for most of the battle, was naturally reluctant to accept responsibility for the fiasco. But yet again, proving his immense character, Rossosvensky defended his subordinate commanders, who in many cases did not deserve the defense, and maintained total responsibility for the action, pleading guilty to losing the battle, and opening himself up to the firing squad. The Tsar would commute the captain's death sentences in a show of mercy. Rossosvensky would later pass away from a heart attack on the 14th of April, 1909. Not even 10 years.
No, I was just ignoring it.
It isn't known exactly.
Hey, you want to play on an inferior platform? Be my guest.
On any day of the
It's your money.
That he would have lived longer if he did not have to go through this complete comedy of errors. And if you think this is a one-off in history, oh boy do I have news for you. See the attached playlist that this will be going into. The issues that face the 2nd Pacific Squadron are endemic of the Russian Navy, the Soviet Navy, and the Navy of the Russian Federation. And this is something that a lot of people, including my detractors, don't seem to understand. You can point out similar errors that have occurred in Western navies, such as the British Navy's HMS Captain, the Thresher, the Scorpion, all of these issues happening in the US Navy. But you have to go.
I just noticed I did 69,069 and 4 damage. 6969.
Moskva was not in 1905. The Loshiak was not in.
Oh, you guys can't see that.
The K-19 was not in 1905.
Boom.
There are so many
See, I'm not lying.
errors. There's so many screws.
6969.
The Kuznetsov was not in 1905. The brutal honesty is, the Russian Navy fucking sucks. Round 2.
Oh, that's right, it's not Steam. Oh well. I tried to take a screenshot.
Well, and like I commented, some of the reactions from the Vatnik crowd were just absolutely hilariously funny. I honestly was laughing non-stop, and I have been still laughing as more and more come in. And yes, I will continue to call them vatniks, because to be completely honest, not a single one of them who commented saying that I was wrong provided a single bloody source as to why that when I followed it didn't start at Kremlin state-run media. Funny how that works, isn't it? But there were a couple of comments about the submarines, the famous red submarines. And let me tell you a little secret about Russian submarines and the Russian submarine force. The Russian Navy submarine service, it sucks too. The thing about the Russian Navy is that with the exception of a few brief glimpses in history of what was highly popular leaders such as Ushakov, and I mentioned Rossosvensky, and for people saying that I was saying that all the leaders were crap, I spent most of the last video praising Rossosvensky and the fact that he would beat up crap officers. Like, I pointed that out pretty clearly. And I also pointed out Admiral Makarov too, but naturally you ignore everything against your little worldview. As I was saying, the thing about the Russian Navy is it's always suffered from the same problem, namely the Russian government. So obsessed with it has it been LARPing as a superpower that it builds ships, or submarines, or whatever, and then just never maintains the damn thing. They just expect it to work. Think of a warship like a 2-year-old child. They run around like a psychopath, and then when you aren't looking, they walk into a glass door or run into a table and something breaks. You have to help the child and make sure that it doesn't happen again, but it inevitably will, because as a parent, your job is quite literally just to keep them alive long enough for them to become somewhat self-aware of danger. Same thing when it comes to ships. They're going to break. They break a lot. You just have to deal with it and fix the damn things. Russia's approach to boat parenting is to make the kid down half a pint.
Another reason I don't want to go on ships.
Give it some crocodile and just sort of wonder what was going to happen and hope for the best. Kuznetsov is a prime example of this. They nicked the damn thing in the 90s from Sevastopol without any kind of facilities to maintain the damn thing. And well, it's a floating hell that is held together by some kind of Rasputin-level voodoo that would make Warhammer 40k fans blush. The submarines, they're in the same boat. Have you ever heard of the Kursk? The Kursk had a brief mention in the last video. And it was one of those fabled death machine Wunderwaffen that was built by the Soviet Union towards the end of it. It was in the late 80s, 90s. It was an Oscar II class nuclear attack submarine. And it was laid down in the dying days of the Union, and it was launched and it joined the Russian Navy in 1994, 3 years after the fall. The Oscar IIs are actually very capable and very strong boats, and when they were, well, this is the thing, when they were built, the Kursk runs afoul of that old machine when it comes to the Russian Navy and actually putting money into the crew and actually anything that matters rather than the actual hard product initial cost for the build. And I mean, it was also Russia in the 90s, so the bit of money they did have, they were busy pouring down their own pockets and buying some kind of super mega yacht with it while they all sort of figured out who could be the biggest oligarch. So, in the 90s, the ship had only one deployment, and this was to the Med, and it was to watch the NATO forces responding to the Kosovo crisis, because reasons. Following that, it stayed in port right up until the fateful event where it sank. Now, this is the thing that is very common in the Russian Navy, and I couldn't find any sources saying that this happened to the Kursk directly, and it doesn't really make a huge difference on whether or not it did, but it's worth mentioning here. A common trope in Russia, and this is the reason why Kuznetsov sucks so badly, is that due to the lack of facilities, engines and ship systems are left switched on non-stop, which is really bad. Back to the toddler analogy, I challenge you to deal with a child after they miss nap time. Now the Kursk, while participating in naval exercises just north of Murmansk, this is the first major naval exercise in about 10 years for Russia too, was tasked with firing a pair of dummy torpedoes at the cruiser Pyotr Veliky, Kirov class. Side note, I know everyone calls these battle cruisers, but the definition of a battle cruiser is to simply be a battleship that is faster and less armored than a battleship, and the definition of a
The hell, dude? What the fuck, man? Oh, this auto-evade shit sucks. God damn.
Exist in a modern context. So they are cruisers. Big cruisers, yes, but they are not battle cruisers. Battle cruisers died off after the Second World War. Really, they died off after the First, but they were still potting around in the Second World War, the British Navy, so after the
Just tanks.
Shortly after loading the practice torpedo, it detonated in the tube, blowing away the front of the sub and trapping 23 survivors out of a crew of 118, the rest being killed instantly. Now, this video is titled The Russian Navy Sucks Part 2, and it is about submarines. What we are going to discuss next is pure horror and not the fault of the crew of the Kursk at all. They did exactly what they were told, and that is exactly why they died. The ships themselves, or the submarines, generally are the Russian Navy at first. Well, they're not the root cause at least. Nor is the average sailor or the occasionally competent commander. Now, the issue with the Russian Navy is the overall inflated bureaucratic stupidity that is the Russian Admiralty and state, and quite honestly, the fact that it functions at all is rather incredible. The lack of any quality control, the corruption, the theft, and the incessant lying to please whatever tin-pot strongman is in charge on any given day are root causes of
If only I could do that in PvP, I'd get so much experience. Goddamn.
submarines also suck. The crew of the Cursed are victims of this
But,
corruption.
you know,
Now,
the enemy in PvP is not completely dumb.
Ukraine is corrupt, but the United States is corrupt. Congratulations. I wasn't talking
Most
about
of the time.
either of them, but hey, you managed to bring it up. And I don't care. Shut up. This has nothing to do with the price of eggs, and you know it doesn't.
Problem solved, sir.
By all means, though, proceed to rub those two little brain cells together and ramble in the comments for me to have something to laugh at while I sit on the toilet tomorrow morning reading the comments, because I do read them, and I do find them quite funny. Now, Russian President Putin, and he'd only been president for about 4 months at this point, or was immediately informed of the tragedy, according to Russian sources. Again, this is all according to Russian sources. And was told by the Navy they had the situation under control and that rescue was imminent. Yeah, remember when I said Russian High Command was shit? Yeah, that hasn't changed much, has it? Putin, meanwhile, waited for 5 days before ending his holiday at the presidential resort in Sochi, on the Black Sea, before heading back to Moscow. Like I said, he was only 4 months into his tenure as president, and the public and the media were extremely critical of this decision to remain at the seaside resort. During this disaster, Putin would blame the media
All stations,
and their
concentrate
criticism
fire
of
on
his
the target.
administration for making the situation worse. Because that's the problem here. The worst part about the curse, and the real nightmare juice, is what happened to the men trapped after the bloody sank. They did not have to die, and they did, because the Russian government let them. Because it was better to let them die than allow Western support to at least give the 23 men trapped a chance. I want to reiterate that. Vladimir Putin's government allowed 23 of its own men to suffocate and burn to death in the dark rather than allow Western help for 5 whole days. And no, it wasn't guaranteed that the British or Norwegian naval assistance, which was offered immediately, would have saved the trapped men. They did die within a matter of 6 to 8 hours, again according to Russian sources. Obviously, NATO wasn't allowed to inspect the bodies of the dead men or the submarine, but they could have had a chance. There was a chance, and instead the Russian government and the head of the Russian Navy are one Admiral Kuryedov. Admiral K, he's an asshole, just we'll go with that. Anyway, he proceeded to blame the entire incident on a collision with either a World War II miner or a submarine. Not the craziest thing to initially blame.
Really?
However, he went on to state that the accident had been caused by a serious collision with a NATO submarine, giving no evidence to support this statement. And senior commanders of the Russian fleet repeated this account for more than 2 years after the disaster. Many of them wishing for continued poor relations with Russia and the West, and they supported this scenario based on that propaganda line. You can tell Russian leaders are lying when their mouths are moving. Now, the particularly moronic people online would have you think that the Russians are okay with self-sacrifice and dying for the motherland as it is righteous. The miniseries Chernobyl kind of shows this with the whole I served the Soviet Union thing, which became a meme. And yes, it is correct, there is a certain kind of toxicity in Russia and a basis of personal experience and research. That pain and suffering is seen as masculine and manly, and therefore the correct thing for
Yeah, the ships in War Thunder suck.
However, it's not by choice. It never was. Literally 10 seconds of Pizza Hut and drip-fed capitalism was enough to break the Soviet Union. People like nice things, like Pepsi, good food, and not fucking dying. So if somebody tells you that it is manly and heroic to die like the sailors on the Curse did, well, I can't advocate violence on this platform, but you get the picture. Oh, and by the way, one of the key parts of this, when one of the mothers of the dead crewman shouted at Putin saying he should, unalive himself with a projectile fired with gunpowder, well, she was forcefully injected with a sedative by a plainclothes nurse and carried off, while her husband was forced to say the line that he asked the nurse to do it. Later on, they came out to say they did not ask the nurse to do it. They were forcefully removed. So why did the torpedo explode inside the Kursk? Was it bad luck? No, it wasn't. It was good old-fashioned leave it in storage well past its use-by date and use a type of explosive the West has outlawed for decades for being too dangerous. Not much has changed. It's been 20 years, but not much has changed. On the 26th of July, almost 2 years after the disaster, the Government Commission and the Russian Prosecutor General Vladimir Ustinov announced that the hydrogen peroxide fuel in the dummy torpedo inside the fourth torpedo launcher had set off the explosion that sank the Kursk. Ustinov released a 133-page volume top-secret report in August 2002, 2 years after the disaster, and the government published a 4-page summary in Rossiyskaya Gazeta. Yes, that. Revealing that stunning breaches of discipline, shoddy, obsolete, and poorly maintained equipment were responsible for the disaster. And that's a quote. Again, not much has changed, has it? The government report confirmed that the Kursk had been sunk by a torpedo explosion caused when high-test peroxide, HTP, a form of highly concentrated hydrogen peroxide, leaked from the cracks in the torpedo's casing. HTP is normally stable until it comes in contact with a catalyst. It then rapidly expands, acting as an oxidizer, generally making large volumes of steam and oxygen. It can go up to 5,000 times its normal size. Torpedoes using HTP had been in use since the 1950s, but other navies stopped using them because of the danger inherent in their design. HMS Sidon sank in 1955, killing 13 sailors when an experimental torpedo containing HTP exploded as it was being loaded aboard. The Royal Navy stopped using HTP decades before the Russian Navy. It's actually not proven if the Russians completely stopped using HTP today, by the way. Just side note, I couldn't find anything to say they weren't using HTP today. After it would explode on the submarines. There's a reason why the Russians choose it, and they chose it for
I'm dead.
It was cheaper. The same reason that there are no
Oh, I did so much damage too, damn it.
It was cheaper. Remember, this is Russia. Whatever's cheaper, it goes. And they want to know the best part, the reason why HTP was chosen? Vice Premier Ilya Klebanov,
What's up, Nate?
The government commission investigating the accident, suggested the disaster had been caused by a NATO vessel collision. And one of the reasons he did this is because he was the head of the defense industries, and over the objections of even some of the other officers, promoted the use of HTP torpedoes over safer alternatives to save money. I wonder what he did with that money. Another Russian admiral further went on to say that none of the crew knew how to operate HTP torpedoes or had ever even touched one before. The government's final report found that the officers who had issued the order approving the use of HTP torpedoes did not have the authority to do so, and naturally they moved the blame away from the politician responsible and to the lower rank and file.
Oh, okay, cool. Wait, we actually lost one? Like, what?
Several sources also
3
say
defeats,
one of the
holy
practice
shit.
torpedoes, possibly the one in question, had been dropped during transport, and there had been a crack formed in the casing. But the weapon was stowed aboard the submarine anyway, and because the crane that could have lifted it out was broken, it was just left there. Maintenance reports revealed that the practice torpedo carried by the Kursk came from a batch of about 10 manufactured in 1990.
Could be worse.
So technically it was in date, however the casing was so cracked and so broken reportedly, that 6 of these torpedoes made from this batch were rejected due to faulty welding. So 6 out of 10, 60%, we're at a good start.
He meant vehicles,
and
bro.
because the torpedoes not designed to carry warheads, they weren't really inspected with any level of scrutiny. I see a problem with that. I don't know if any of you do, but I see a problem with that. There are other issues too with the Kursk, like the escape capsules being inaccessible, the automatic recordings not working, and the rescue buoy being disabled, and more. However, thank God for this. The one
I told
thing
him
the Russians
thanks.
got absolutely right on the Kursk, the automatic reactor shutdown worked, and it worked very well. Thank Christ for that. So, despite the many lapses in procedure and equipment, Ustinov, that prosecutor, said that no charges would be filed because the disaster was caused by a technical malfunction and blame could not be placed on specific individuals. Yeah, I wonder why he said that. He said that all of the sailors had died within 8 hours and none of them could have been rescued in the time available. Again, possibly.
Gotta wait for this battle to end. I should have stayed in it.
But we'll never know because the Russians rejected any help. At a news conference announcing the inquiry, he absolved the torpedo's manufacturer of any fault. He said, and this is a direct quote, "Those who designed the torpedo couldn't foresee the possibility of its explosion. Fuel does not explode." Apparently, that's what he said. He also said there was no evidence that the torpedo had been damaged when it was loaded onto the Kursk. Even though multiple eyewitnesses said it had, we'll just ignore that. And yes, I know it was a practice torpedo, and the idea of a practice torpedo is it doesn't explode, but however, it's full of HTP. HTP goes fucking boom. So yeah, the Russian Navy sucks, and this includes the submarine fleet. All of those sailors who died on the Kursk died because of the same reasons the men in the 2nd Pacific Squadron and the men on the Moskva died. Sometimes countries just don't get how to navy, and the sheer power of the corruption and the that'll do mentality that Russia has towards its fleet, it has horrific consequences.
Come on,
They will
game.
continue to have horrific
Been the last win.
consequences. And yes, I know this is just one example, but
Saying
this
it.
video has gone on long enough. Would you like me to make a part 3? I can talk about the Widowmaker. Yeah, the submarine that was nicknamed the Widowmaker. Because I will make that if you want me to. Have you ever worked in an office? Like a really small one, specifically run by an executive team that is technologically illiterate. Your computers are usually about 20 years old at best, and the monitors are weirdly square and have this funny looking aspect ratio. You can genuinely usually see the pixels on screen as well, and in general you just sort of wonder how the hell it hasn't burned down yet. Now take that feeling, multiply it by 52,000 tons, and add in a hefty dose of compensation, and you're approaching the territory inhabited by the most horrific machines ever created by the Soviet Union. The aircraft carriers.
Oh.
I have written this introduction about 6 times. Truth be told, I really just didn't know where to start. The absence itself, that floating hell, well, many videos of it exist, and they talk about it.
Well, that wasn't cheap.
Horrific. The thing is, though, when you're making a video about something that is horrifically shit, you have to ask yourself a very important question. Where the fuck do I start? And for that reason, I've opted to start at the beginning of Soviet naval aviation, the Moskva. No, not that one. That one. The Moskva and the Leningrad were a pair of helicopter carriers laid down during the 60s, and were truly the first proper foray into naval aviation by the Soviet Navy. At this point in history, the Soviet Navy truly had a decision that it needed to make. Would it A, focus on a defensive navy that will never be able to get
Yeah, we were talking about that.
forces outside maybe the Baltic Sea?
So fucking
B,
dumb, dude.
enter into a dick measuring contest that it could never hope to afford. I will let you figure out which one they chose. Just keep those 2 points in mind throughout this video. The Moskva and the Leningrad, the 2 ships in this class.
Is that a thing?
As
That's
basically
funny.
every major ship in the Mykolaiv shipyard in the Ukrainian SSR. Now, originally 12 of these ships were planned as flotilla leaders for submarine hunters, but honestly, on par for the course for Soviet and Russian shipbuilding, they plan a lot but never actually build it. Now, this is partially due to the fact that these ships handled about as well as Aeroflot handles passenger safety. So, yeah. And instead of ironing out the kinks, they just simply cancelled the idea. That said, these 2 horrifically ugly, and I mean horrifically ugly ships, were quite a smart decision by Soviet High Command, at least in theory. Being relatively smaller and not attempting to compete against the Western carriers, but being able to deploy choppers to destroy submarines. Defend the ports, perfectly sane idea. The idea was promptly scrapped, and the Kiev class was planned and laid down.
A lot of people use this. It always makes me want to play fucking Papers, Please.
Tankies or wannabe tankies, also known as Trotskyists, who never
Every single time.
over people in tanks, bring up the Montreux Convention, saying that the design had to be this way because otherwise they would be stuck in the Black Sea. To that I bring up the Ulyanovsk. Didn't stop them planning and starting to build that, did it? Now the Kievs. These things were actually a product of the Soviet government desperately trying to cut corners on paying for an actual aircraft carrier. This will come as no shock to people here, I am sure. I have seen particular groups of people online rant about how these carriers were actually the best, because they could do many roles. You know, that whole jack of all trades kind of thing that Laserpig actually touched on in his T-14 Armada video. And it's true, they could launch a lot of missiles, and they could also carry aircraft. The USS Kitty Hawk, the US equivalent of this period, couldn't launch that many missiles, no. But the Kitty Hawk could have that many aircraft in the air that it could sink your battle group before you even knew you were in the same time zone as it. So, yeah, the jack of all trades, it's a nice theory, but in a naval sense, it's something you do when you're trying to save money. It's not something you do when you're actually trying to build a good navy. The general idea of the Kievs was to power project, defend against submarines, and to provide air support. This sort of worked, and truth be told, I have a soft spot for these ships. I think they look quite cool. But their planes, the Yak-38, those things were just death traps. And they killed multiple pilots. The Yak-38 tended to quite literally just fall from the sky. And it's somewhat telling, and the reason they gave for this was so they could hold larger payloads. But the moment they could, the Yak-38s were stopped from being able to use their VTOL capability, and instead they used a short takeoff capability. So, make from that what you will. Now, during the first deployment of this class, funnily enough, only 6 Yak-38s were even operable. So the Soviets, to look stronger than they actually are, painted different numbers on the planes below deck to make it look like they had more in the hangars. This ruse worked, in part at least in the press, with some magazines reporting that the things could carry up to 60 aircraft. Whether NATO navies knew about it, well, we won't know. The Soviets built 3 of the Kiev class, and 1 additional ship to a slight variation known as the Baku subclass.
Yeah, it's on Steam, but it's maybe because he's in Japan?
Russian Navy does is they build one design, and they'll build probably half a dozen or so of that design. And then they'll build a slightly revised design. It'll still fall under that subgroup, but it'll be completely different. I mean, look at the Krivak class frigates. Like, a Krivak 1 and a Krivak 5 are
Could that be because the company name that makes it is called Gaijin?
you'll get used to with Soviet naval
I wonder.
especially in how they handle their ship classes, so it's just something to be aware of. It's quite interesting. The ships that were built were the Kiev, the Minsk, the Novorossiysk, and the Baku. Unfortunately, these ships were plagued by maintenance issues throughout their existence. And
Okay, we're gonna continue with the Russian Navy sucks in a little bit.
About submarines. 5 months have passed since.
Oh god, this is gonna be annoying. Is this the whole time?
Offensive tool instead of an offensive.
No. If you can't be bothered to talk to me, then I don't want to watch your video.
Howdy folks, hope you're doing well and staying safe. I wanted to cover off, this is my second last video I'm going to do on subs for sub month in July. I apologize for not doing these 2 videos on Sunday, but family gets in the way. I'm going to talk about how to play subs, how not to play subs, because exactly what this person's doing, he's turning away and running into the aircraft carrier they just killed. So that's kind of funny, and it's being spotted a lot. So let's get into it right off the bat. I mean, how to play subs. First of all, you want to play on the flanks. So if you look at the mini map right now, you want to play on that flank, and you want to play on the other flank. That's left and right. Do not go up the middle as much as humanly possible. It is very much a death trap. When you do that, you're going to put yourself in the ability of cruisers and battleships to airdrop you and put you even closer.
Apparently, it goes through a DMM. Oh yeah, there you go.
Chance of running away. To that point.
Sorry, because I was not paying attention to the fucking video.
I wanted to cover off, this is my second last video I'm going to do on subs for sub month in July. I apologize for not doing these 2 videos on Sunday, but family gets in the way. I'm going to talk about how to play subs, how not to play subs, because exactly what this person's doing, he's turning away and running into the aircraft carrier they just killed. So that's kind of funny, and it's being spotted a lot. So let's get into it right off the bat. I mean, how to play subs. First of all, you want to play on the flanks. So if you look at the mini map right now, you want to play on that flank, and you want to play on the other flank. That's left and right. Do not go up the middle as much as humanly possible. It is very much a death trap. When you do that, you're going to put yourself in the ability of cruisers and battleships to airdrop you and put you even closer to destroyers. No chance of running away. To that point, stay your distance early in the game. I've stressed that all month. I'm now learning that more and more as subs become a bit more easier to fight with, and they're becoming a little bit more equalized and whatnot. So I would just say be very careful. You know, buy your time, watch your mini-map. Maybe you're gonna, mini-map is definitely your friend. You want to find out where all the other enemy submarines are and destroyers, and where the aircraft carrier is hanging out, where the battleship's hanging out. You want to make sure you know where the enemy is, especially the subs. Mini-map is your friend. You also want to be doing spotting and capping. Subs have the best, except for I-56, they have the best ratio of detectability in the game compared to most destroyers. So they're fantastic. Lay out walls of torps like DDs do. Keep ships back at flank. Just kind of what this guy's doing right here. It's the same tactic you do with DDs, except you don't have to wait 2 minutes for your torps to reload. They reload in like 30, 40 seconds. Some submarines, it's great, some not so much. But you just keep laying out walls of torps.
Right.
Not the homing ones, except the British.
That hasn't improved, guaranteed.
Keep laying out the non-homing ones, and you know if you hit something, you hit something.
Well, the warships actually has a decent one.
Bus, you'll actually keep people away from you.
Try sort of.
To ping.
More useful, I'll put it that way.
You see in the game, except for that one Thrasher replay I had, each went up against a bad enemy team. But try not to ping, especially in the first, 5, 6, 7, 8 minutes of a game. And I know some games of matchmaking are blowouts in 10 minutes. And there's nothing you can do that kind of game. There's nothing you can do in that game if it's a blowout. Doesn't matter what submarine or how good you are. It's just going to be a bad game overall. It is what it is. Now, I said earlier, know where the enemy subs are. If you get to a point where you're going to get hydro by an enemy sub, you're dead. Especially if you're an American one and going up against a German submarine. I would have 3 kilometers.
In World of Warships? Or in War Thunder?
Back. Make sure you do that. Make sure you know the subs are, because if you get focused, let's face it.
Use the codes exclusive gave. One of them is War Thunder. Never mind.
Ship's hydro ranges. Know them. Now, if you're at periscope depth and you are outside the 2 kilometer detectability range, yeah, hydro works. If you're inside 2 kilometer detectability range, hydro works for ship. But if you're outside that 2 kilometer detectability range, and you're at 30 meters or 60 meters underwater, hydro does not work. So you can get away. That's very, very important.
Excellent.
One of the things I do is warn the enemy team. I know the submarine's here and I'm about to hydro it. Get ready to airdrop it or torpedo drop or depth charge it. Communicate with your team. Yep, some players are going to be great going to communicate with you. Some players aren't. It's just a fact of life. Know how much battery you need to run away. The rule of thumb I have is...
Bro, this guy's like, okay, you're explaining general information. I need to know how it works, man. Like, the basics. How not to play submarines.
Well, fellas, once again we are playing World of Warships. Wargaming sponsored me to make a series of videos on it, and today we're going to be looking at submarines. More specifically, the American Balao submarine. It's a high-tier vehicle and a class that I have never played before because it's relatively new, so this should be pretty interesting.
Oh, it's just again, Wow. Rude.
Welcome to How to Play. Today we will see a quick guide on how to play submarines and not die trying. Playing submarines is not too different from destroyers. They have very good
it's probably some rando friend.
ships
I'm me
better
though,
than a
right?
DD. The first mistake that many make is to start submerging from the beginning of the game, and as you know there is a limited time that we can be underwater, so we must play as long as possible on the surface since we can move faster, deliver vision to the team and to be able to have a much better position. Second, the ping to mark the ships. We will use it in 2 ways. One is to direct our guided torpedoes, and the second is to make the enemy ships spend their air attacks and cause confusion. Here we can see what happens when using ping to distract. This is achieved by using the ping in motion using the submarine laterally. As the air attacks are in a straight line, the vast majority of players will believe that we are facing them still, which is a mistake that the vast majority of submarines make. Ping them, never spam them as this shows your position and will cause air attacks to start raining down on you. The best way is to ping the ship once with the sub moving and watch the ping time. If
you guys are just the same, dude. Everyone's playing World of Warships, all you guys. Oh, let's play War Thunder.
Spamming ping doesn't help at all.
Glass house, motherfucker. Well, that's not my fault. Joe's level 1. There you go.
So when do we dive? Only when we have been detected, and we need to disappear quickly. What torpedoes to use? We have two types of torpedoes, those guided with ping and those that follow in a straight line like those of a destroyer. Here most of the time we will use the guided ones since they are the ones that will give us the greatest probability of success.
I'm just saying, it's not my fault. Like, I can't do anything about that.
Homing torpedoes.
This is Russian.
First, we launch the torpedoes to the sector of the target
craftsmanship.
ship. After the torpedoes have traveled halfway, we mark the ship with a single ping. This makes the torpedoes correct their trajectory, and the target has less reaction time since the torpedoes will be much more near. Attacking stationary ships should be our priority as they have very little chance to dodge torpedoes.
Subs are cancer.
Fourth, subs currently have limited repairs. For total,
I know, right? Don't go outside, I'm gonna get stuck by an umbrella.
To the end will depend entirely on trying to stay undetected for as long as possible. If you follow these tips on not spamming the pings,
Like, let's be honest, they're pretty good at murdering people.
No problems. Fifth, about its consumables, the most important is the hydrophone that is used when we are submerged and lose sight of what we have above us or if find another nearby submarine. It has a range of 7.5 kilometers and will show us the movement of the boats in 6-second intervals until we run out. Conclusion,
I'm gonna
the
fuck this up so
submarines
much, I
are very
already know.
fragile, but used in the correct way, they can achieve a lot of damage. They have good concealment, and they reload the torpedoes very quickly. Submarines are still being tested, so they are still subject to change. If you liked this video or it helped you...
I know, right? Oh, he did a coup? No, we forgive him, we forgive him. Oh, his plane crashed. Oh, well. If God decides...
And honestly, as were all Soviet large ships, in the case of Novorossiysk, she had such a bad fire in her engine rooms that she was scrapped in Pohang, South Korea shortly after the fall of the Union. She was just not worth trying to fix. Weirdly enough, the first two ships, Kiev and Minsk, are now a theme park exhibit and a luxury hotel in China. Because that's what you do with an old clapped-out Soviet aircraft carrier when you're done with it. You make it into a theme park. You know what? I can't fault it. I would if I could. I absolutely would if I could. The last ship in the class, Baku, is now the INS Vikramaditya. It's Indian. It's in the Indian Navy. And it's the prefix INS and it starts with a V. How she got there is quite a funny tale.
You should get Foxhole, Joe. That game is great,
what
too.
the Russian Navy is like, and Russia in general. So the deal of a lifetime.
Love Foxhole, to be honest. Great.
Baku entered service in 1987 and it was
Pisses me off too when we're losing, but, you know.
She was then deactivated in 1996 because she was
Shit happens.
to operate on a post-Cold War budget. India at this time was looking for a way to expand its carrier aviation capabilities. And on the 20th of January 2004, after years of negotiation, Russia and India signed off on a deal for the ship. The ship itself would be free, while India would pay US $800 million for the upgrade.
What does T do?
And an additional $1 billion US for the aircraft and weapon systems. The deal
Yeah, it is 20 bucks.
of 12 single-seat MiG-29Ks and 4 dual-seat MiG-29K UBs, with an option for 14 more aircraft. The total cost, US $1 billion, yeah, that was not going to last. Further to this, there would be 6 camera of Ka-31 Helix reconnaissance and anti-submarine helicopters, torpedo tubes, missile systems, and RD units. It was the works. The carrier was going to get refitted for them. The immense upgrade involved stripping all weaponry and missile launcher tubes from the ship's foredeck, converting the Gorshkov from
It is pretty damn fun.
into a pure.
Especially when you got a couple of buddies playing.
The announced delivery date for the INS.
Marvin, I was saying, AK wanted to play a little tonight. Either this or Foxhole. We gotta like get some gear together so we can just go do stupid shit on Foxhole. Could be fun.
Now the delays would begin. Commander, we've been detected by ongoing cost overruns, leading to high-level diplomatic exchanges between India and Russia. India finally agreed to pay an additional $1.2 billion US for the project, doubling the cost just to get the bloody thing done on time. However, ongoing difficulty with the delivery schedule, which we expected delivery back to 2013. In July 2008, Russia reportedly needed to increase the price by $2 billion, blaming the unexpected cost overruns on the deteriorated condition of the ship and citing a
Hello?
aircraft.
That looked fucking weird from underwater, dude.
Mind you, the carrier was laid down in the 70s, and Russia here was simply grifting the Indians for more money.
Oh.
Russia proceeded to threaten to cancel the deal entirely if India did not pay the increased amount. On the 7th of December 2009, Russian sources indicated final terms of the agreement, but no delivery date had been set. On the 8th of
Do I
December,
have rear? I do have rear too.
India and Russia were reported to have ended the stalemate over the Admiral Gorshkov price deal by agreeing on a price of $2.2 billion. Moscow had asked for $2.9 billion for the carrier, nearly 3 times what was originally agreed upon by the two sides in 2004. In April 2009, a scandal over the project proceeded to emerge when it came out that a senior Indian Navy officer had been blackmailed to influence the situation and negotiations over the Gorshkov sale to India. Because of course he had, because this is Russia. Commodore's... I'm just going to ignore his first name. Commodore Singh had been a senior figure supervising the refit of the carrier, working as the principal director of the project in Russia. He was discharged.
I have no idea what I'm doing.
Remind me again why so
Holy fuck.
chest thump for Russia online are just a tend to wonder, because they grift you the moment they get a chance. They did the same thing with their T-90s. But anyway, all of this, well, it's the lead up to the main event. Now sit back, kids, for it is time for Kuznetsov.
No, they just said do that after. Well, I should have done because we're too close. But if you do it afterwards, you have less time to react.
Admiral Flotta Sovetsko Soyuza Kuznetsov. Yeah, they picked a very long name, what can I say? It is the very definition of Putin's Russia in ship form. The ship, often painted to look brand new, is the ultimate
Neutralized.
Potemkin village. Now, if you don't,
Why is it not? Should they not go up?
for a country that is exceedingly shit than North Korea, makes a perfect
Bit late,
village
guys.
town in eyeshot of their enemy to appear stronger and happier than they actually are. Kuznetsov embodies this ideal to a T. In the modern world, an aircraft carrier is the ultimate status symbol. It allows you to project power all throughout the world and truly be one of the world's most powerful countries. The United States of America can famously appear at the coastline at any given time with one of its 11 supercarriers, and instantly have, in the case of nearly every single nation, a stronger air force than you, not to mention the power of the US battle group. When you do the math, they will deploy a total of 15 carrier battle groups across its member states. 15 full carrier battle groups with spare scores. It is honestly just mental projection power.
We're taking on water quickly.
Britain has 2 carriers that theoretically launch battle groups. France has 1. Italy has a carrier, granted it's not big, but still quite powerful, and that the US has 11. China has 2 carriers.
China.
Another one being built, and another one which sort of on the stock. I'm not too sure how far along it is. India has a pair, and Japan has 2 destroyers that, well, not really destroyers, are they? You can't really call yourself a destroyer when you can launch F-35s, I'm just saying. So when you put all that together, it gives you the situation where Russia needs Kuznetsov to maintain its Potemkin facade of being a superpower. So let's go over Kuznetsov and regale some of the best parts of this hell ship's history. And I'm not kidding when I say hell ship. This thing is so bad that it would make my ancestors who came to Australia as a ship's
We're taking
wash.
on water quickly.
So Kuznetsov, let's start at the beginning, when she was stolen. Because yes, Russia stole the ship. Following the Crimea coup in 1991 and the declaration of Ukrainian independence, the ship, built in Ukraine, being fitted out in Ukraine, was therefore declared Ukrainian property by the Ukrainian government while being in a Ukrainian port.
Dunno, maybe it was on sale.
Evidently, 2/3 of the ship's
It's
company
worth
agreed.
the price of admission, though. Let's be
A
honest.
Russian admiral from the Northern Fleet gave the order to the captain to head south in the Mats and join up with the Northern Fleet as a, well, then Soviet, but becoming a Russian ship. He promptly offloaded the 2/3 of the ship's crew who didn't want to abscond to Russia and stole the ship, sailing it incomplete to a port.
It didn't really do too much.
Didn't have the facilities to maintain it, let alone
That's
finish
weird.
it. 4 years would pass, and in 1995, the Russians, eager to try and dick measure and pretend they were still a superpower, sent the Kuznetsov to the Mediterranean to practice flying operations. From the 23rd of December 95 through to the 22nd of March 96, Kuznetsov made its first 90-day Mediterranean deployment, with 13 Su-33s, 2 Su-25s, and 11 choppers aboard. The carrier was accompanied by a frigate, destroyer, and an oiler, and was ordered to perform continuous flight operations until 2100 every single day. Given that the Barents Sea during this time of year basically has no light, it made a lot of sense.
Exquisite probably broke it with all the phone change requests.
For the Russians to do this. The moment the ship passed Gibraltar, the freshwater filters proceeded to die, and the crew were limited to 20 minutes of water every single day, so 10 minutes in the morning, 10 minutes at night. And the heating and air conditioning also didn't work properly on this thing as well. During this deployment, the carrier would lay at anchor off the port of Tartus in Syria, desperately trying to get things to work again before leaving for home. Admiral Kuznetsov would remain in port, preparing for another Mediterranean deployment after following this one, scheduled for the winter of 2000 to 2021. This deployment was promptly cancelled due to the explosion and sinking of the nuclear-powered submarine Kursk. See my latest Russian Navy sucks video for more on that. Kuznetsov would participate in the search and rescue operation for the Kursk, along with the salvage operation
Finally.
in the year 2000. Plans for further significant operations were postponed or cancelled, and the ship would make occasional voyages with only one major deployment to the Med for the foreseeable future. This brings us up to September 2005. During a particular
This game is very stable.
just fell off the
Wow, 110 experience.
Not that embarrassing.
Amazing, guys.
Happens to a lot of nations, to be honest, so we'll let that one slide. Now hell would begin. Hell would really begin. From the 5th of December 2008 to the 2nd of March 2009, Admiral Kuznetsov made its third Mediterranean deployment. On the 5th of December 2008, the carrier and several other vessels left Severomorsk for the Atlantic for a combat training tour, including joint drills with Russia's Black Sea
Marvin's a hater.
to several Mediterranean ports. On the 7th of January 2009, a small fire broke out on board the Kuznetsov while she was anchored off Turkey. The fire, caused by a short circuit, led to the death of one crew member by carbon monoxide poisoning. Not even a month later, on the 16th of February 2009, the ship was involved in an incredibly large oil spill off the coast of Ireland. On the 2nd of March 2009, Admiral Kuznetsov would return back to her home port. The Russians admitted that they cocked up royally.
Oh, did someone get foxhole?
The oil spill, but naturally, being the Russian government, it pretended the oil spill was 10 times less than it actually was. I'm not even kidding, they pretended it was exactly 10 times less than it actually was. Until the British turned around and went, you know it's in our back.
Is it foxhole?
In late 2011, the Kuznetsov would set sail for Syria on deployment, and this voyage was relatively uneventful until early 2012, when sailing to the Bay of Biscay on her way home. She broke down and had to be towed by an ocean-going tug. From now, Kuznetsov would not sail without having a tug at all times, so unreliable.
Meanwhile, this guy doesn't even sub to me, you know?
Now, this is the thing that is talked about a lot.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
When I said they stole
I'm not even. I was just making.
maintainer. The Russian Federation is, and I cannot stress it enough.
That's 5 months right there, bro. Start installing. Start installing. Start installing. I'm gonna teach you how boring a war can be, first off, because we're gonna do some logistics, because we need guns.
Ships in the Russian Navy would constantly have our engines running to provide the ship with power.
What are the What are the new changes?
That would make Skid Row look neat and tidy, and it ran on this fuel because it was cheap. Basically burned her boilers out to oblivion.
Bruh, this is some bullshit, bruh. If you say let's play Foxhole, you fucking know we're gonna play. Like, get the fuck out of here, bitch. Like,
That would be the United Kingdom. They have HMS Queen Elizabeth and HMS Prince of Wales. The moment these ships sail into Portsmouth, they are effectively switched off, and the port facilities are plugged in, like a big power plant. Think about it like a laptop. When you're at home, you plug your laptop into charge.
so wait, why is the acoustic thing, right? Yeah.
And this is the difference between a competent navy and the Russian navy.
You'll see a bit.
So this brings us up to the most famous deployment of the ship, the 2016-17 deployment to bomb ISIS. The deployment that signaled to all the Vatniks out there that Russia was clearly an uber mega power, and the deployment that signaled to the rest
Now he's gone, so I can't ping now.
state of his carrier. It should be noted as well that Uncle Vladdy proclaimed this deployment to be his personal idea and took credit for it.
I missed.
Take from that what you will as we get into this.
Why don't they go up? Is that because I don't have the ping up yet?
2016 from several
I guess.
ports in the Murmansk Oblast for the Mediterranean, accompanied by 7 other ships, including the cruiser, not battle cruiser, Pyotr Veliki, and 2 Udaloy-class destroyers. The air wing included 6 to 8 Su-33s, 4 MiG-29Ks, some Ka-52s, and a few other troops.
Yeah, I've seen that actually. The A18.
Aircraft had been upgraded with some bomb sites to allow free-fall bombing.
Is it the recon mode?
At the time, certain analysts suggested that a lack of trained pilots restricted the number of fixed-wing aircraft that could be deployed from the carrier. These people were relentlessly mocked by Russian moves online. Hindsight tells us that they were correct. So this was truly the largest Russian military deployment abroad since the Cold War, and to try and show off the ships sailed via the English Channel. The Royal Navy responded to this affront by sending 2 ships of its own to escort.
Barely do damage though, damn.
Probably also to watch for oil spills, but Given the size of the black soot plume that follows the Kuznetsov everywhere, they probably weren't that hard to follow. By the 26th of October 2016, the ship was reported to have passed through the Strait of Gibraltar and refueled at sea off the north coast of Africa the following day. On the 3rd of October 2016, the carrier battle group paused off the east coast of Crete. On the 14th of November 2016, a MiG-29K crashed into the sea after taking off from the carrier. The pilot ejected safely from the plane and was rescued by a helicopter. So, the reason this plane crashed, and I'm not even kidding, was because it ran out of fuel while doing laps around the top of the carrier because the arresting wires were so broken that they couldn't take the weight of the plane landing. The commander could divert the aircraft land by the nearby airbase, but hesitated, thinking that he could get the gear repaired in time. On the 15th of November 2016, as part of a large-scale engagement, Kuznetsov launched Su-33 strikes against the positions of the terrorist group Islamic State in Al-Nusra. Now, this was the first time the carrier had ever participated in combat operations, and the Russian Defense Ministry later claimed that 30 militants had been killed as a result of these strikes.
I'm so confused how this shit works, bro.
On the 3rd of December 2016, an Su-33 crashed into the sea after attempting to land on the carrier. Same reason, the arrest wires just snapped. The pilot was safely recovered by a search and rescue helicopter. Later, it was revealed that the arresting gear mechanism again had failed to hold the aircraft, and it itself was damaged in the attempt. Following these two incidents of planes being yeeted into the ocean, the entire air group was transferred ashore to Kemimim Air Base near Latakia to continue military operations while the carrier's arresting gear issues were addressed.
Right? I didn't miss all my shots. Most of them just did no damage.
Undertaking
Fuck.
400 sorties. Although it must be noted, less than a quarter of these sorties were actually flown from the ship, and were instead flown from land-based aircraft. So utterly clapped out was the carrier now, they would enter an extended period of maintenance where she still is today. But our story doesn't end here, it just gets worse.
So here's the deal. The food place opens up in like 30 minutes. I'm gonna order food, we're gonna eat, and then when we come back, not now, right? After, in like 30 minutes to an hour. When we come back, we can do some foxhole. Show Joe the ropes.
Disaster would strike again with floating dry dock PD-50 losing power and sinking. Remember when I said there weren't actually facilities to maintain this ship outside of, well, Mykolaiv?
Yeah, there's a Soviet campaign thing going
One
on.
thing that could take the weight and to get it out of water was this floating dry dock. And while this dock was sinking, a 70-ton crane smashed into the ship's flight deck, leaving behind a 19 square meter, or 200 square foot, gaping hole. One person was reported missing, this is Russian naval code speak for dead, and 4 went as the dry dock sank in Kola Bay. The ship was actually in the process of being removed from the dock when the incident occurred and was towed to a nearby yard. The cost of repairing the damage was estimated to be at about $1 million US. Now this is just the damage to the carrier, not to the floating dry dock. It was fun. You'd think though, being that it was holding the glorious flagship, the dry dock would have a backup system. A generator, perhaps, with a fuel tank? You'd be correct in this assumption. However, two sources disagree here on what happened. Truthfully, they're both fucking hilarious, so you pick whichever one you want. Either the plant manager siphoned off and sold the fuel for money, or he never bought the fuel in the first place and took the money for it. 50-50, both are hilarious. In late May 2019, repair work of the aircraft carrier was again underway.
I get the feel, and for me it's like, oh, we're still the same fucking place as before. Kind of annoying.
The ship. The work would take about a year and a half. It had taken over 20 years since the fall of the Soviet Union when the Russians got the ship, but they were going to finally make a dry dock to fix the bloody.
That did damage.
In December 2019, a major fire
That's bitter.
as work continued on the refit. 2 people died, and more than a dozen were injured in the fire, and damage was again estimated to be about $8 million. In June 2021, Vladimir Korolev, Vice President of the United Shipbuilding Corporation, announced that the overhaul and upgrade package of Kuznetsov was expected to be completed by the first half of 2023. In November 2021, it was reported that bad weather had caused significant delays to repair work, which might push back the completion of the refit by more than 1 year. Now, a fun thing you can do, and this is something the Russians seem to keep forgetting, is you can look up weather reports on Google, and I had a Google of the weather in Murmansk around this time. It varied between light rain, light snow, and about 3 or 4 thunderstorms. Must have been horrific if it stopped work. Must have been really bad light rain and light snow. The ship was finally dry docked on the 20th of May 2022. By the 27th of July 2022, the dry dock had been drained, allowing repairs on the aircraft carrier to commence. On the 15th of August 2022, The head of the United Shipbuilding Corporation confirmed that Kuznetsov would be handed over to the Russian Navy in the first quarter of 2024, and that the ship is expected to remain in service for at least another 25 years. On the 22nd of December 2022, the ship caught fire again. Fire was extinguished and there were no casualties. The aircraft carrier was then removed from the dry dock on the 21st of February 2023, although it was initially reported that the operation had been suspended due to heavy
What is
fog.
you?
The Russian Navy claims the ship will be back in service in 2024, but given the absolute state of the Russian military and Russia as a whole, I mean, just look at the ruble compared to the US dollar right now to give you a kind of an indication of how Russia's going. I would like to take a comment from a previous video that I have made on the Russian Navy and apply it to the Kuznetsov. And this is from someone saying that either their close family relative or friend was a shipbuilder at Mykolaiv shipyard. Just let it die. Now the Russians have this wild west supercarrier replacement idea planned for the Kuznetsov, the Storm. But personally, I don't think it will ever be completed, considering they're still building 2 landing ships.
It's neutralizing the pings, come on.
Okay, and if they are all completed, they probably won't be. Odds are... Commander,
fuck off.
Meanwhile, the Kuznetsov's sister ship, Variag, she was about
Still got it.
60% complete.
Oh no, someone else got it.
The Union fell, and she was sold to the Chinese.
Good hit though.
China has since completed the ship, and she is in service with no reported major screw-ups. Granted, it's the Chinese Navy, so you wouldn't know if there was anything, but still, Kuznetsov tends to fuck up massively in front of the camera.
I did some damage, right?
It's quite quiet. The Chinese
damn.
actually even built a larger ship based on the Kuznetsov's lines, the Shandong, and she is still in active service as of today. They are no Nimitz-class freighter machines, but by all accounts they appear to be competent ships, and managed quite competently. Similarly, the ex-Baku in Indian service has had very few incidents occur. Reinforcing the point, it isn't the
You installing Foxhole, Joe?
Structure. The Widowmaker, or more historically accurately, Hiroshima, imagine that nicknaming your own submarine Hiroshima, will be the next installment in this series. And I will probably take a little bit longer given that I have to explain something about nuclear physics in it, and I know, well, somewhere between jack shit and fuck all about nuclear physics on from a scientific standpoint, so I got a lot of reading to do.
You know, the funny thing about the Russian Navy is that it is just so horrific. I can keep making more and more episodes. No, seriously, I have not even begun to scratch the surface yet. Like, we're not even there. So let's get on to it with a lesser known, but even more colossal Soviet screw-up that once again was stopped by self-sacrifice. It's time, after months of waiting, for K-19. Now, I should clarify, I called this boat the Widowmaker in Russian Navy Sucks Part 2. This is an after-the-fact invention to sell tickets to the Harrison Ford movie from 2002 that is not very accurate according to some nuclear-inclined people I've spoken to. The crew itself called it Hiroshima, you know, after the city in Japan that got wiped out in a horrific nuclear explosion, because that's better than Widowmaker,
It's just funny.
I guess. Also, I'm aware I pronounce it nuclear, not nuclear. Now, I speak English, not English simplified.
Commander,
so for those
we've been
that this
detected.
particularly annoys, I recommend a teaspoon of
Torpedoes,
cement
direct
or strong
front.
whiskey. Either should suffice to keep you going through this experience while you listen to me pronounce English correctly.
Torpedoes,
So,
dead ahead.
what is the K-19, and where did it come from? Well, in the late 50s, the Soviet Union was smack bang into Khrushchev thaw after Stalin, and tensions were well and truly on the rise in Europe between NATO and the
I hit him, he did not
It had
hit me.
become pretty clear at
Perfect.
this point that if both sides engaged on land, NATO would have the nuclear edge. Your great equalizer was the boomer. And
Problem solved,
not
sir.
that kind. Although when they get told no, they tend to blow up in the same way. Nuclear-armed submarines that could fire from a concealed position allowed the Soviets to truly threaten the continental United States, and in return, the US, using these boats, could ensure that the MAD, or mutually assured destruction, would occur if the Soviets fired first. And in 1957, when the K-19 was laid down, the West, well, it had a lead in the nuclear subzone race, and the Soviets, well, they needed to catch up quickly.
Oh, fuck.
You know where this is going, don't you?
Where do I shoot?
Now, what was life like for the crew on early Soviet nuclear boomers?
Fuck.
Well, the crews on the Soviet subs were actually treated pretty well. They were given a high-quality standard of food when compared to the general public, with smoked fish, sausages, fine chocolates, and cheeses, unlike the standard food given to crews, which is, you know, it's not great. It's just not. You're going to soon see why. The bad luck started before K-19 even hit the water, before it was even finished being built. Multiple workers were killed during the submarine's construction, with 2 workers losing their lives within a fire. We'll get on to more fires later. 6 women being killed by fumes while gluing rubber lining to a water system. And to top off the construction,
Pretty good damage though. If you're from the further you are, the more damage it does, it seems.
We're not even in the water, and the kill count on this one is racking up very quickly, isn't it?
Uh-oh.
In an almost poetic turn of events, the Soviets decided to have a captain smash the ceremonial bottle of wine over the boat. The bottle of wine proceeded to slide along the propellers and bounce off the rubber-coated hull into the sea. In the business, we call this foreshadowing. Now, I'm going to do my best with the next part, and I thank the actual nuclear physicists and atomically inclined people in this community who have reached out and helped me a lot here. But word to warning, some of this is going to be proper nightmare juice, so, you know, just be ready. The first uh-oh moment occurred in January 1960, during a watch change ceremony, where improper operation of the reactor bent a control rod. This necessitated the reactor being dismantled, and the captain was very quickly demoted. I've asked 3 nuclear physicists and nuclear industry personnel how they bent a control rod. The responses I got were, it's the Soviets, they probably figured a way out how, and I have no fucking idea. That is a direct quote. So, you know, these are people who work in the nuclear industry day to day, and they have no idea how they managed to bend that control rod so well. But it is what it is. The submarine would now conduct some tests, including sea trials. So she tried a full power run on the 12th of November 1960.
Our victory is in sight.
The submarine then surfaced, and the crew found that most of the hull's rubber coating had fallen off, so they needed to put some more on.
Low battery.
So during a maximum depth test dive down to 300 meters or 980 feet,
that doesn't have the time to log on.
The captain ordered the submarine to surface as fast as possible, where a distinct list was noticed to port. Turns out that during the construction, a gasket was not replaced by workers, and the galley crew disposed of wood crates through the waste system, clogging it. This caused flooding in the compartment. Because, you know, that's what you do with the crate that you want to get rid of. You stick it down the drain. Later, in December 1960, a loss of coolant was caused when the main Verket pump failed, and specialists were called in.
Yeah, I figured.
The boat was now finally commissioned on the 30th of April, 1961.
Like, you could strengthen the lock, so I was like
39 men aboard.
trying to strengthen it.
Happened before it was even accepted into service.
Indeed. Also, Joe has Foxhole now.
We're going well on this.
So there's like 5 of us.
As a side note, upon commissioning, the executive officer was Vasily Arkhipov. He would later be the sole reason a nuclear torpedo wasn't fired at the height of the Cuban Missile Crisis, which would have most definitely sparked a nuclear exchange. Arkhipov was one of those examples of extreme competency, right up there with Roshesvensky, in the middle of a nightmare. Speaking of nightmares, we're here. It's time to never sleep again. On the 4th of July, 1961, in the middle of her first patrol, having already killed 10 workers during construction, shedding her rubber skin and bending a control rod, the engineers on board noticed that there was something mildly alarming.
Yes,
there
sir.
was a loss of coolant in the reactor. Now, I have been informed that this is in fact a bad thing to occur when nuclear fuel is allowed to start to get very hot. The reactor was immediately shut down, but now decay heat still exists, and I'm going to explain this as best as I can with the help of a lot of people, so thank you very much.
Weird.
So
We just got it, so I'm still trying to figure it out.
Figures, and they're using
I don't even know what U does.
here, but it's nuclear physics, and I've been told that it all sort of works similar in the sense that decay heat is decay heat. So, decay heat still exists even though the reactor's shut down, and it is about 1/3 of the reactor's thermal power when on load, and it starts to shed. Now, according to a nuclear-brained person, they said that the reactor on 1/3 would have had the thermal equivalent of about 9,000 average homes without cooling. Just to head off the expected comments when it comes to the relating power mentioned above for decay heat, thermal energy does not translate one-to-one with electrical energy. In reality, if you did, then the 23 megawatts would be enough for 9,000 homes. But as an example, a reactor at 1/3 power is about 9,000 homes worth of electricity, according to unclassified Soviet things. Whether or not this is all true, we don't exactly know, because the Soviets
are
kind of known for classifying stuff, or especially when it's bad. But, it's about 9,000 homes worth. So either way, to make sense of it, even when you turn the reactor off, it's full of spicy juice, basically. That will kill you. Long story short, there's now a bit of an issue going on. Some reports state that the reactor got up to about
I will go eat soon, though.
Celsius during the processes of
I'm kind of waiting for the store to open so I can
comparison's sake, this is about the same temperature the
order.
top layer of cheese is on a pie after 30 seconds in the microwave. These kind of temperatures would have definitely damaged the outer cladding of the reactor fuel, and at the very least, it is likely that a partial meltdown occurred. The reactor itself was right on the edge of a meltdown, though. Cladding, by the way, exists primarily to prevent cross-contamination and cool the fuel. At this point, it was becoming somewhat clear to the crew that things aren't exactly going well, and they were indeed up the proverbial creek without a paddle, and there was a very big hole in the canoe, shooting out enough gamma rays to direct the communist equivalent of the Hulk. The crew tried to call Moscow, but that didn't work because the long-range radio had been broken by a separate incident earlier in the voyage. Because of course it had been broken, because this is the Soviet Navy. At this point, the radioactive steam that Wiki and many accounts go on with starts, well, floating around. This is most likely due to, and again I'm using somebody way smarter than me in this stuff to explain it, the fuel cans beginning to fail, meaning that you were getting fission products and fuel making direct contact with the water in the compartment and turning very quickly into spicy steam. It becomes really bad that the main ventilation loop for the boats, you know, like air to breathe and stuff, was in the same room. Now this isn't too uncommon with subs, but it isn't exactly a normal thing to do to turn the reactor compartment into the seventh circle of hell. To quote two people from the nuclear industry I've spoken to, the whole sub was, as they say, shit up. Right about now, on the K-19, if you aren't using a respirator, you're in a bit of trouble due to the radiation. In the sense that your insides are going to start turning into goo. This next bit, well, it's that old Soviet adage of horrific human sacrifice being the only way for the state's crappy decisions to be made up for. K-19's engineering team went inside the reactor space, and they bodged in a repair job to get coolant back into the reactor, and to prevent a complete meltdown on the boat, and from, you know, making Greenland become low Greenland. The engineers were able to retrofit an air valve to work and to move the feed water back into the reactor to finally cool it down, but in doing so they effectively signed their own death sentence. Not a single member of these heroes would survive beyond a month, and to put that in perspective, the operators from Chernobyl Reactor 4, not all of them survived, but still quite a few did, and the ones that died, in many cases they lasted longer than this crew. The K-19 reactor compartment was so irradiated that some of the engineers were dead from acute radiation syndrome, ARS, in just 6 days. 6 days. And I was going to explain briefly what ARS is, and that was going to be some real nightmare juice, but YouTube won't let me upload that. So if you ever want to if you ever have an issue with sleeping too much and you just never want to sleep again, Google what acute radiation syndrome does.
Thanks, I know. Sadly.
You may not want to do that in hindsight, but
too late.
You know, just it's a thing. Over the next 2 years, a further 15 crew members would succumb to the extreme levels of radiation aboard. The captain
start bleeding from your fucking pores.
Glow stick did the most sensible thing he could and made for an
Crazy.
area where he knew there would be a diesel boat on patrol. Nearby warships from the US Navy reached out and were like, bro, you okay there? You're kind of glowing. The Soviet commander decided to say everything was fine and refuse American help. It is understandable considering the Hotel Class K-19 was technically, ignoring the fact that this thing is at this point is a literal death trap, the most advanced vessel in the Soviet fleet.
What the fuck?
Now K-19 met up with the S-270, and the crew was moved off the boat onto the diesel sub, and the death trap was put under tow back to the Soviet Union. Now if you had a submarine that had already killed 10 people in construction, and then turned a portion of the crew into radioactive goo, would you maybe want to get rid of it, retire it, could even turn part of it into a memorial, research what went wrong with it? No. This is the Soviet Union. You put that baby back into service within 2 years after cutting out the reactor and contaminating miles and miles of surrounding area. K-19 was now nicknamed Hiroshima by the crew and was put straight back into service in 1963. The murder boat would serve out the rest of her career quietly and safely.
There's way more to come.
I'm just kidding, this ride is not over yet. Weirdly, the nuclear incident that made the sub famous wasn't actually the deadliest thing to happen on that boat. On the 15th of November at 7:13 in the morning, K-19 collided with the Permit-class nuclear attack submarine USS Gato in the Barents Sea at a depth of about 60 meters or 200 feet. K-19 blew her ballast and reached the surface. The impact completely destroyed the bow sonar systems and mangled the covers of the 4 torpedo tubes. K-19 returned to port and rejoined the fleet. USS Gato was fine and continued its patrol. We're still going. Believe me, I want this one to end too, but the horror show, it's still coming. On February 24th, 1972, the boat again caught fire, and now this was at a depth of about 120 meters or 390 feet below the surface, and this is about 1,300 kilometers or 700 nautical miles off Newfoundland in Canada. The boat surfaced, and the crew was evacuated to surface warships nearby, save for the 12 men trapped in the aft torpedo compartment. Towing was delayed due to weather, and the rescuers could not reach the men due to the conditions of the engine room. The fire killed 28 sailors outright, and a further 2 after they were evacuated. The fire was caused by hydraulic fluid that wasn't contained correctly, dripping into a hot filter. K-19 was again repaired and put back in service.
Okay.
On the 15th of November 1972, you're never going to guess what happened.
Got back from work.
Welcome back.
What are you playing now?
6.
6, okay.
I'm doing a couple of co-op missions first, though.
Okay.
Because I am having a hard time.
Yeah.
It's unlike another ship, right? So it's like I gotta have like a little bit of a grace period.
Okay.
It's like if you would jump into an aircraft carrier now, you have to control all the planes and stuff. Do you know how?
Yeah, I don't do aircraft carriers.
Yeah, but you wouldn't know how, right?
Yeah, I've tried it before. It's just not fun for me.
I blame your teammates too, Dodo.
Oh, you're doing co-op, yeah?
Yeah.
I play tier 5 just for a laugh.
When are you getting Foxhole? Maybe Shadows has it. Check the family share.
Might be up for playing that a little bit later. See if we can fucking have some gameplay where I'm not at a bridge.
Yeah.
That'd be lovely.
The Joe just has it as well now. Such a few.
Yeah.
So there's me, Marvin, Exquisite, you, Joe. So there's already 5 of us technically.
Battle starts.
It's kind of liberating not having the free look.
Yeah.
What do you do in Foxhole? It's a World War II simulator. Top down, like Diablo, kind of. Sorry, AK. Every single bullet in that game is made by another player, right? So.
God damn it!
Wait, it's like one of its draws, man. What can I have to?
It's the only fucking line you've got. There must be another plus to it. And you get to fight over one bridge. There's nothing else in the map.
Well, that's not true.
That's the only thing I've seen. I'm pretty sure it was the same bridge last. Bridge simulator.
But yeah, it's like it's an MMO as well, right? So there's like 200 people on the Higgs fighting each other. There's a whole logistics supply line in the back that like literally is like making bullets, weapons, grenades, anything you use made by a player and brought to the front by trucks. I'm not gonna say that out loud. He can read that on his own. It's
Enemy force detected.
What's that in front of you?
A battleship.
Okay. Overwatching A at the moment. The enemy subs at A.
See it.
Well, maybe if AK wouldn't suck so much in that game, he would have seen past the bridge.
You can't hear that. Nice try, though.
I hit it.
Huh?
I hit
Oh,
the
the sub.
sub.
Yeah, nice.
Do it again. Oh, that's good. Yeah.
Oh shit.
I think he's dead. Why did he expose himself for such a long time?
I beached myself.
On a beach. Are you a Russian sub, you aren't you?
I'm German.
Oh, okay. Good, I'm not trying to get a Russian sub. Oh, the entertainment.
Torpedoes, dead ahead.
Our team has taken the lead.
Duty in it. Got him.
Our team has taken the lead.
See, that's why I ping late.
Enemy battleship destroyed.
Lord Yomismito is very crazy.
Got his beach there, I think.
Our victory is in sight.
I uninstalled 5 years ago.
Our victory is in sight.
Torpedoes to port.
Set fire to this motherfucker. Nice.
They have good torpedoes. AK is a tier 10 torpedo. Tier 10 Japan.
Tier 10 Shimakaze. They have some of the best torps in game, I think, from what I understand.
I still find it crazy they don't have subs. Like, they historically had subs, guys.
Oh yeah, it's the first thing I looked to, man. Like, oh, I've gone down the Japanese line. Let's see what subs they've got.
Yeah, none.
Oh, no subs.
I know. It's dumb.
Like the best destroyers, but no subs. Oh, what's going on? The fuck is happening, man? You fucking fuck with my gameplay. You son of a bitch. Okay, so... Oh, look, it's not here. Jesus.
Only in Russia universe.
What's that?
They didn't have subs. Russians beat all the navy before everything started.
Okay.
Because Russians like to rewrite history in their favor.
Yeah.
It's a thing they do.
Well, why wouldn't you, right? You believe yourself to be the very best.
Yeah, I don't know, like progress.
Sponsored by Gillette.
Easy there, Doc.
Same as America, though. Not much different. Kilo speed.
If you read the news, you can get a day of premium.
Huh?
If you read the news, there's a button news.
Oh.
Then there's a button claim 1 day of premium. Again though, I'm about to go because I need to eat. And then when we come back, we should play Foxhole. Hopefully Joe has it installed by...
Yeah, you eating now?
Sorry?
You eating now?
No, we can play a couple more games, like 1 or 2 games. I gotta order the food.
Okay. Right. I'm ready.
Ooh.
Hold on.
No, I can't do that no more, dude. This is medically not a good thing.
What's that, masturbating?
Eating in front of the camera.
What about masturbating in front of the camera?
Well, depends on the
You do
website,
that?
I suppose. It already takes me like an hour to eat something. If I would be in front of the computer while playing, I was like, it'd definitely be cold. Like halfway through.
Hasn't got much better then?
Yes and no. It's just... I chew my food way, way, way more now, you know? So it takes me longer regardless.
Supposed to anyway.
Yeah, but maybe not to the degree I do. And then swallowing is always like a bit of a mental battle, you know?
Have you looked to see if anybody else has had the same issue? See how they
It's
deal with it?
psychological, 100%. Like a trauma response. Every time a bit of food goes a little bit too close to the back of my throat, I'm like, you know? It's like, it sucks. It's really hard to turn off.
Guy's clan name's literally Twat, so nice.
What team?
I already hate him.
Well, it seems like he's a bit of a twat at least.
Yeah, that's an understatement.
Excuse me. Probably, yeah.
Enemy force sighted on the horizon.
Seems likely.
Commander, we've been detected.
I think I got him.
Yeah.
So you got him. Mm-hmm.
Destroyer guns on the Russian ships are a little bit scary.
I agree with you, Dumbo. I agree with you, Exquisite. Boink.
We're hull below the waterline. We're flooding quickly. The ship is on fire. Problem solved, sir. Commander, we've been detected.
Funny, everybody fucking did that.
Be mindful if you play the Japanese battleships. The early battleships are really, really, really rough because their accuracy is garbage.
Yeah, agreed. Japanese battleships, the early ones, suck. The dispersion's just insane.
Like, it's fine if you're close, but you can't. You're a battleship. You're not supposed to be close, right?
Yeah.
If you get close, you get torpedoed. It's not good.
Yeah, dispersion's nice. Hello, baby girl.
Hello.
You are not baby girl. Just want to
it's-
make that clear.
Says you.
Well, what you do on the weekends, bro? Off stream? It's up to you, right?
I'm
You wanna
never
run around in
offline.
your pink fully dressed? That's up to you. Then you are baby girl. But at this current moment in time, you are not. Oh, fuck it. Let's hurry up. Here we go. Let's fucking get a move on. I'll leave some presents for you. I don't know.
Let me sail right over them. A minute from now. Gotta catch up.
There's only 2 ships left. They're all the way over there. Hey! Hey! Help!
So much for baby girl. Oi!
Oh, that's baby boy. That's baby boy. Fucking just attacked my hand. Full on fucking, I'm gonna dig my claws into your beautiful skin and shred you apart.
Bro, my cat does the same sometimes. He's like, likes to nestle up on top of my feet when I sit at the computer. And then
I'm like, too much, too much.
20 minutes into it, all of a sudden she goes like, yeah! Like, what the fuck? What the fuck is wrong with you? Like,
whatever happened to being gentle?
Right?
It's too much. Me and Becky look like self-harmers. No joke intended, because fucking the scratch marks all over us. We look like we got severe mental health problems.
It's very normal.
We've just got a cat.
Two.
Yeah, we've just got 2 kittens that are very playful.
Our victory is in sight.
Is this other guy killing all our shit?
No. He's just killed 2 so far. We just can't find him, or they can't find him.
What's over here?
They found him.
Yeah. You don't get much XP out of this, right?
No, it's literally just for practice. Although, if you're like in a destroyer grinding, you get more XP here than if you do in... Because by
it just depends how much damage you do, right?
You just need one... If you can torpedo 1 ship, you'll get 600 experience. On like premium, right?
Okay.
That being said, if you do well in a PvP game, you get 2000 experience. However, you could play 3 or 4 like normal games if you get stuck in the PvP game. You know what I mean? So it's like, yeah. It kind of balances out because you're so quick with it.
Sure.
Anyway, I'm gonna go because the store is now open, so I can order the food.
See you in a sec.
It will take like an hour. And then when we come back, we'll either play more of this, or if Joe wants to play some Foxhole
just let me know.
boys. I shall annoy D when I get back. Alright, boys. I'll be back in an hour, 2 hours. Depends how long the food... Grab me a milkshake? No, it's not that. I'm not ordering from that place.